Welcome aboard. What can you hear? You should hear my voice. You should hear some tavern background music that I had custom made. So it's all on me. I own the copyright. Hey there, two-man. You hear a voice? Do you hear the BGM? I'm actually going to keep the BGM pretty quiet because I don't want it to interfere. You're not hearing it? Interesting. How about huh. It's very faint. How about there? About 3 out of 10 volume wise. Good. Okay. I want to keep it pretty low, only because again I don't want it to interfere with video audio. So I have this is a first trial of this setup. I'm at about a 6-7. That's good. That's good. That's about where I want to be. Unless you, I can adjust volumes however you wish. So if it's good for you, then we can continue, and I'll kind of go into what's about to transpire. There is a lot posted in here. Now, granted, I posted the majority of it. In the reaction video suggestions, I'd say I posted about 80%, maybe 90% of what's in here. That's okay. How to work on your speakers as YouTube comes in on low and then works totally fine for other websites. Oh, I hate that. I hate it when it does that. When like there's a site that has like an audio balance that's like completely out of whack with like everything else that your sound system is set up for. That's so fucking annoying. I hate when that happens. Okay. Anyway, we're gonna go ahead and get going here. What are we looking at? Okay. So, this is the kind of setup that we got going right now. Those speakers don't like it. Oh, okay, gotcha. So I'm basically just gonna continue with this guy in the background. There will be, once I get the first video queued up, it will be presented. Oh, blurry. I need to figure out how to like force it to stay focused on like a particular point. But anyway, once I get the first video queued, there will be a presentation screen there. Like right around there. It'll be like a box, like right there. Oh, hang on, I forgot something real quick. I'll be right back. Okay. All right. Angle focus might help with that. Yeah, I need to, you know what? Hang on. I might be able to fix that right now, actually. Configure video, camera control, off auto. Okay. Okay. I just turned off the autofocus, so now I should be able to. There we go. That should have fixed it. Anyway, I'm going to be continuing building the ship while I react to stuff. Just because I like to keep myself with a little bit of a distraction. But yeah, autofocus is a double-edged. It really is. But in this case, it's a scene, so there's no reason to adjust the focus. I wish. I honestly, I need to get a little bit more. Like, I feel like this side of the camera is fine, but this side needs another light source. I need a little bit more light over on this side, because you can see it's like it's pretty clean over here, but it's a bit grainy over here because there's not enough exposure to the camera. But again, the video, like I said, there's going to be a video here that's going to take up most of that side of the screen anyway, so it's not a huge deal. But yeah, there is a lot to go through today. So let me ask you, since you're one of the ones here, Outlaw, I have a ring light that's above me that's hanging down. It's literally like, hang on, let me try this. Yeah, so it didn't really help much. I literally have a ring light that's actually going around the camera right now. That's why it flashed black for a sec, because I literally passed the ring light across the camera, and it's still a little grainy on this side. So I just need to get another overhead light source is all. It's a little bit better, but it's fine. It's fine. So one of the first things I want to go over are earthquakes. Let me see here. So, do I have video? How do I not have video of it? Hang on, let me find video of it real quick. Hopefully, I can find a video that isn't that won't give me copyright struck. Kind of an expert on earthquakes. As a former geologist, I am also an expert on earthquakes. Man, that was like 3 careers ago for me. I used to be a geologist way back in the day. Let's see here. Taiwan. I don't want. Can I avoid like mainstream news sources? Because I'm afraid if I use mainstream news sources, they're gonna copyright strike the hell out of me, you know? Which is why, as I go through, the only place I'm seeing them is mainstream news sources. Because nobody is allowed to show it. Yeah, I don't see anybody covering it. Okay. Yeah. I think we're gonna stick to the articles. Hey, Cornell. How you doing? I mean, it's fine since you're transforming it. The weird ones I'm hearing about are like Nat Geo. Well, I'm not really, though, because I really just kind of want... It's like a 27-second clip of the earthquake happening. You know what I mean? January tsunami. That's... No... At least 7 dead and 100 dead, and hundreds injured after 7.4 magnitude strike. That's 7 minutes long. I don't want 7 minutes though. I want a nice and short one. What the fuck? More than 100 Iranian attack drones launched towards Israel? That's like live happening right now. Holy fuck. We're not going to get into that. That's a little spicy. A little too spicy. I just want raw footage. I don't want like coverage. I just want raw footage. I want boulder crashing into the car. Where's that picture of the bridge? That's the one I want. I want earthquake bridge. Because I could comment on things when it comes to, but if I can get the bridge. Struck on bridge during time. Here we go. This is like an 11-second clip. Oh, wait a minute. Really? Really? I don't want freaking a YouTube short. Bridge. Dash cam. Dash cam captures moment earthquake strikes Taiwan. Okay. Perfect. Okay. So let me pop this up. Oop. Okay. So this is from the AP. Yeah, I had to get the video up first before I show it. I'm gonna be basically popping this this video up on and off as I load new videos to it, essentially. So that, yeah. But also, tell me if you can hear this. You should be able to hear this. Let me turn my music volume down. There's no real sound because it's a dash cam. Let's see here. So we're at 16 seconds. Everything's fine. Everything's still fine. Okay, it's happening now because people are pulling over. Though I'm not seeing the shaking. Did this guy just like not feel like the initial tremors? See, everybody's pulling over. This guy's still going, though. This guy's a fucking trooper. Damn. He's like, I don't know, 7.4 earthquake's gonna get in my way. I got Taco Bell to eat. Okay, this isn't capturing anything. I'm not seeing anything. Hang on. I want that original dash cam footage because it really showed the shaking on that bridge, you know? But actually, I don't want to show that because somebody might have died in that one. Quake. Ah, here we go. Good one. See this. There you go. Look at this. That's pretty wild. So there's a landslide. And I know that a chunk of the of one of the islands just fell off, just sloughed off into the ocean too. Here's the, so you'll notice something really interesting about this. Like, watch like the rhythmic bouncing. Oh, here comes the island that I just talked about too. Like this whole, it's just a landslide on the edge of this island. It goes boop. More of the shaking. You're gonna see all the white bottles. God. Fucking terrifying, dude. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow. Holy crap. So, let me go back and comment now. So, where's the bridge? There's the bridge right here. So you'll notice, like, these cars are almost getting airborne. So, in earthquakes and the way that they affect buildings and bridges and pretty much literally any structure is based off of what's something called resonance, or resonating frequency, and buildings in earthquake-prone areas are actually typically built with on top of these foundational like pieces that allow the thing to shift around and stuff like that. Think of like back when you were in grade school, did you ever like grab a flagpole, like one of those metal flagpoles that you can wrap both of your hands around and try to shake it? Um, or if you've seen somebody do that, if you watch somebody do that, you if you shake it too fast, you won't get it to move. If you shake it too slow, you won't get it to move. But if you can shake it at a certain rate, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, you can get that flagpole to really wobble back and forth. And that's because what you're doing is you're creating a force frequency that matches the resonating frequency of the height of that structure, that flagpole structure. Typically, the taller the building, the longer the wavelength needs to be, essentially. Like a woman's legs, yeah, sure, you could use that. You could use that analogy if you'd like. But you'll see here that what's happening is that when you watch it in the beginning, you can see like it gets a lot more bouncy, and then it gets less bouncy. That's because the earthquake is basically the energy waves are moving through the bridge, and at a point, the energy wave that hits the max resonancy with that bridge structure hits it, and that's when the cars bounce the highest. Basically, is when it matches that building's resonating frequency, and they actually will plan the height of buildings in earthquake-prone areas around this resonating frequency principle, which is why earthquake-prone areas will have certain. You'll notice that there's a consistent height in structures, stuff like that, and they're basically trying to like mitigate that resonating frequency that could cause the building to collapse. Because if it's too short, when a big earthquake hits, it's those massive waves aren't going to match the resonating frequency of a shorter building, so the shorter building isn't going to shake as much as it would if it were taller. So it's less likely to collapse. These kinds of things. You see it also in the one with the right here, the wine bottles. You see it really well with the row of lights and the wine rack. So you'll see it's a little bit now, and then you watch the wine rack especially. It's kind of shaking, but it really starts to wobble. There. See? You see how it kind of it's jittery, and then it bam, 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 and that's because it's hitting that resonating frequency. So that's what's going on in what that's causing all the stuff to happen that you're seeing here. Pretty cool. They also issued a tsunami warning to Japan and the Philippines, actually, because this whole thing was caused by two plates. It was the Eurasian plate and the Philippines plate, and I can actually, you know what? Here, let me show. I'm gonna draw it for you, chat. I'll use this as a base. So, let me move the video out of the way here. So, I'm gonna basically draw the Pacific Rim here. So you have United States and Canada. You have like Alaska, and like that. So you have like this would be like California here, Mexico down here, Alaska here. And then you have the Eurasian plate, which encompasses all of Russia and Korea, like that. You have Japan, you have the big China bulge here, and then it comes out, and you got like your Malaysian islands and archipelagos. You have your Philippines. Philippines are down here. Taiwan sits like right there. And the Pacific plate, the tectonic plate, basically covers South America. If South America's down here, you have the Nazca plate here. The Nazca plate. And then you have the North American plate, which is like here. In a plate. Okay. Then you have the Eurasia plate. which goes like all the way down here. You have the Philippines plate, which is like, oh yeah, I forgot to draw Australia. Australia, that's right. Australia is like looks like a cat. You have like New Zealand down here. Yeah. But the Philippines plate sits like it's like right here roughly. It sits right there. The H plate. The Eurasian plate is all down here. It comes into contact there, and then kind of comes down here, and then this is your Australia plate. It kind of comes out like that. Aussie plate, like that. You have some other small plates here, but then this whole thing in the middle here is the Pacific plate. Right here. And so you see like the Pacific plate interacting with the North America plate, Eurasia plate, Philippine plate, Aussie plate, and this is what is called the Pacific Rim. Basically, that's where the name comes from. And this one was caused. So if Taiwan sits here, it was caused by a big fault break along the connection between the Eurasia plate and the Philippines plate. Right here. That's why it hit Taiwan so hard, because Taiwan sits like right there. And it was, I think it's a reverse fault. I think it's a reverse fault. So there's three, here, let me flip this over. There's three kind of faults in geology. And then just like that. Like that. So this is a normal fault, this top one. So this is when you have two plates that are coming together and one is falling down in relation to this angle. This is called a reverse fault, where you have one kind of, they're pushing up against and one is diving underneath the other, essentially. This is called a strike slip fault, which is like the plate shifting side to side. There's no up and down motion. They're shifting side to side. These are relatively safe. But I think that this is what happened with this earthquake. So you basically had like a bunch of tension, and then this broke and caused this upward motion of the plate, triggered the earthquake, and this upward motion is also what triggered the initial tsunami. And yeah, I think, yeah, they called off the tsunami. The tsunami didn't end up manifesting anywhere, to my knowledge. I know it didn't land anywhere in Japan. I don't know if it hit anywhere in the Philippines. The Philippines is a lot closer. But yeah, I don't think that there was like a bunch of tsunami damage in this thing. So I'm not going to go through the physics of tsunami waves unless you really want me to. I can, if you would like me, I could do some napkin drawings of how a tsunami works as well. But I won't do it unless you want me to. That's earthquakes. So yeah, this thing, I don't know what is the most recent death toll on this thing. I don't actually know. Hang on, let me see here. Current Taiwan earthquake death toll. Because initially it was 7. Death toll. Oh. So as of a week ago, it was raised to 10, with hundreds still stranded. So I can't find anything more recent than a week ago. Taiwan earthquake, 9 killed. That was April 3rd. April 4th rises to 9. This one says 10. So I guess 9 or 10 it looks like. Not a whole lot as compared to if it was 20 years ago. Yeah, exactly. And again, like despite, like you could see, let me bring it up here if I could find some. But there's like images of whole buildings that were completely collapsed. Oops. Let me see if I can just get an image of the building. There. Okay, let me share this. I'm not gonna play the video. Like right there, where these buildings are just, it gets leaned over. You know what I mean? Which, can you imagine if you're like on the top floor of this thing and it just kind of, like 2 of the floors below just kind of disappear and you just kind of, everything's like 20 degrees tilted down? That's gotta be terrifying. Oh man, I feel so sorry for anybody who's trying to do this. It's pretty rough. I think there's others. There, look at that. That's the same building, actually. It's just lean. I would not be standing there. Damn. See if there's anything else here I could see. No. Commuter trains. There's a lot of bridge dash cam footage. There's another building. There's a little, looks like a residential building of some kind. Like collapsed. It just kind of sunk up. It's just kind of sunk down. But yeah, buildings built today are built to be a lot more earthquake proof. And considering a 7.4 hitting really close to a very densely populated area like Taipei, Taiwan, having less than a dozen people dead is actually pretty miraculous, to be honest. That's really that really is like a testament to modern engineering and stuff like that. And not only that, but because they live in an area where they know that earthquakes are a problem, you know, they train and are educated, like growing up in school, on how to not die in an earthquake. They retrofit old buildings. They do all kinds of stuff. But again, they also teach people how to not die. And honestly, I remember back when I was in school learning about tectonics and earthquakes and all this kind of stuff. One of the sayings that my professor told me was that earthquakes don't kill people, buildings do. Which is the idea is, if you're in an earthquake, if you can't get to a place where you can shelter from falling debris, the next best place is outside, away from buildings, essentially. The safest place to be in an earthquake is literally outside. Inside of a building is the worst place you could be. Yeah. I don't really have anything else about earthquakes. I know that there was another one that hit New Jersey, right? Let me see if I can bring that up. Let's see here. Oh, let me. Hang on. There we go. Okay. Let's see. Here we go. New York and beyond rattled by rare East Coast earthquake. So New York and cities on the U.S. East Coast. The magnitude 4.8 struck in the morning near Lebanon, New Jersey. And it could be felt from Pennsylvania to Connecticut. Rocked by a violent rumbling that threw objects around their homes and damaged walls. Officials are now conducting safety assessments. 6 aftershocks were reported, including one with a 4.0, felt around 6 o'clock in the afternoon. That's remarkable. The initial one hit at 10:23, and then a 4.0 aftershock hit at 6 in the afternoon. That's a difference of 7.5 hours. That's rough. On the 9th floor, it's a bit unsettling. Guy was getting a vasectomy. Oh god, I saw that. I did see that. He thought that his doctor was telling a joke or something like that. I can't remember what it was. Aftershocks. Latest aftershocks early reported on social media. In the town of Union, 35 miles from the epicenter. Resident CBS News how things on a roof started coming down. We're not used to having earthquakes in New Jersey. Yeah, it's true. It's a boring term, but the East Coast of the United States sits on what's called a passive margin, which is a geological term for a place where nothing tectonically really happens. So yeah, it is not common for earthquakes to happen in these kinds of areas. I'm actually curious about what caused it. Because like, maybe I can get my drawing back out again. But like the North American plate. Let me kind of draw like a shortened version of North American plate. So it's like you have like Maine, it goes down. You have Florida, right? You have Mexico down here. But you can't see it because the window's in the way. Hang on. So like it's like the Maine, East Coast. So like New Jersey is like right there-ish, right? And there's Florida, Cuba, and the Yucatan Peninsula. But the edge of the plate for the North American plate is way out in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. It's way the hell out here. It literally cuts the Atlantic Ocean in half. So there's no like tectonic activity going on the east coast of the United States, which is why it's called a passive margin. So I'm actually curious about what caused this earthquake, to be honest. But anyway, let's move on from earthquakes, shall we? Let's see here. I might not end up working at all on the model, to be honest. Let's see here. What we got. Close that. Okay. Oh, you sent me the earthquake over tectonic plates. Oh, look at that. How does this thing work? Advanced options, output options. Oh my god, I don't have time for this. This is a much more complicated thing. Yeah, we're not gonna. But thank you though. Thank you for. Wait, I could search for. Hang on, let me bring this up. Okay, search earthquake catalog. Magnitude, past 7 days, past 30 days. On terminus, US. Draw rectangle on map. Oh, there we go. Focusing on New Jersey. Down. That region. Minimum 2.5, minimum 4. And then I don't care about the max. Advanced options, output, search. There it is. Look at that. 2024 White House Station. New Jersey earthquake. Felt report, regional information, interactive map. Little to no area affected on landslides. No liquefaction. Moment tensor, fault plane solution. Oh man, I used to remember how to read these graphs. These kinds of drawings. I don't remember how to do these anymore. There's a lot of really weird diagrams that are used in geology. And I don't remember most of them. I remember the most basic ones. I don't really remember the advanced, complicated, and niche ones, to be honest. A shake map? Community internet intensity map. Pager. Okay, here we go. Tectonic summary. Occurred as a result of oblique, reverse, and strike slip faulting at shallow depths in the crust. I was going to say, that was something I was going to say, is that for earthquakes to be felt in a region like that, the epicenter would have to be shallow, meaning pretty close to the surface. Occur on a plate boundary, such as intraplate earthquakes. Okay, so an oblique, reverse, and strike slip fault. Oh, this is hard to draw. So the idea, if you go back to this fault diagram, is that it's a combination of this one. Oh, you can't see again. It's a combination of this one and this one. So you have both one plate thrusting up over the other and moving to the side. So you get what's called an oblique movement. So it's moving in 2 dimensions, essentially. So it's going up and horizontal at the same time, if that makes sense. That's what an oblique fault is. It's really hard to draw. I used to actually know how to draw it, like lickety split, like a 3D diagram, because we were trained to be able to do it, but I can't do that anymore. It'd take me 20 minutes to figure out how to draw that. Let's see. While this earthquake is relatively small globally, earthquakes of this magnitude are commonly widely felt. Earthquakes in the eastern U.S. are infrequent but not unexpected. Since 1950, 40 other quakes of magnitude 3 and larger have occurred within 250 kilometers of today's earthquake. That's not a lot. That's not a lot. I mean, that many earthquakes happen in California every day. It's just that if it's less than 2, I mean, the vast majority of earthquakes are like less than 2 on the Richter scale, and they're away from populated areas. So, like, you need to have like a magnitude 3 or greater that's near a populated area for anyone to notice. So, like, California has like dozens and dozens and dozens of earthquakes that happen every single day. It's just that people don't typically feel them because they're too small or they're not close enough to populated areas to record. Or to not record. It's recorded. The USGS records everything, but for people to notice, the public to notice, basically. Let's see. 13 earthquakes, magnitude 4.5 and larger, have been recorded since 1950. Again, that's it. 13 in 74 years? That's only one every, like, 5 years. That's not a lot. Actually, more than... It's actually less frequent than 1 in 5. It's like 1 in 6, actually. Largest being on August 23rd, 2011, or a magnitude 5.8 Mineral, Virginia earthquake. Man, imagine being the people who have to, like, name every fucking earthquake. What a... what a chore. Which caused substantial damage and was felt throughout the eastern U.S. The April 5th, 2024 earthquake occurred in a region where faults have been previously identified and may be reactivated at any time. Yeah, so it's just like local activity. It's interesting because they have quote-unquote earthquakes on Hawaii all the time as well. But that's due to volcanic activity. It's actually interesting. The way Hawaii works, I'm so nerding out about geology right now. I fucking love it. I don't care what you think. If we go back to the plate drawing, you know, Hawaii sits like right here, right? The island chain. But if you look at it up close, it's like here's the big island, and then there's like a chain of smaller islands that kind of go out here, right? And what this is it's actually showing how the Pacific plate has moved and turned over like the last several million years. Because what this is that this is what's called a hotspot, where a volcano rises up through the mantle in the middle somewhere. And it just sits out here in the middle of the plate, right? But the thing is that the hotspot comes out of the mantle. You know, it's like crust. That's the crust. And you have your mantle, right? And you have this little zone right here that allows the crust to break up and move around on top of the mantle, and the mantle has these upwells of geologic, like volcanic activity that cause the plates to move away or come together, or yada yada yada. Well, a hotspot is like out in the middle of a plate. You get a volcanic activity that punches through and causes a volcano to spurg out in the middle, right? That's what Hawaii is. But the thing is, the hotspot, it originates in the mantle. The mantle doesn't move. So the hotspot in the middle of Hawaii here, the hotspot in the middle of Hawaii, I just showed here. You couldn't see any of that. Sorry, I drew the crust, mantle, and you have these upwells from the mantle that cause the plates that are the crust to break up and move around and, you know, slam against each other and whatnot. But you get these hot spots in the middle of the plates, so it's like a volcanic thing in the middle of the mantle that comes up through the crust and creates a little volcano. That's what Hawaii is, right here. But this hotspot, because it's coming out of the mantle doesn't move. This hotspot is constant. So what it's showing you is that the plate over time has been moving over this hotspot, and it's basically searing this volcanic chain across the plate as the plate moves over that hotspot, causing these volcanic little spires to form, and that's what the Hawaiian Islands are. So, yeah, that it's pretty cool because we can actually use the Hawaiian Islands to map out the direction that the plate has turned and moved around over time. It's kind of cool, at least since the hotspot originally formed. Anyway, let's move on from volcanoes. I've been talking about volcanoes for a long fucking time. Let's see, what do we got? Oh, let me hide this. Got here. Discord back up. Let's see. There's all this legal stuff. Let me think here. And how long is this video? How long is this one? That is a 2-hour long live stream. I'm not going through that. Let's see what else we got. That one's too long as well. I posted one that's also like more than an hour long. I'm not doing that. There's earthquake stuff. Okay, let's get into to movie stuff. Let's get into movie and games. Let's get into culture. Let's start with this guy.
So I've been thinking a lot about.
Shut up. Well, don't shut up. Just hang on a sec. Here we go. Okay, so this is called the AAA Trap: A Warning to Gamers by All Trades Jack. I saw this covered by Asmongold. I watched like the first like 2 or 3 minutes of it, and I was like, "Oh, I want to react to this myself." So yeah, let's talk about the shitfest that is AAA gaming.
AAA gaming recently, and one of the things that kind of interested me so much that I actually wanted to get on camera was this funny little idea of corporate capitalism and how AAA studios can take your favorite games and extract as much money out of you as possible, putting in the least amount of effort to actually make the game. You know, just
hang on. Corporate capitalism. Number one, it's a little redundant, but number two, why do I have a feeling that he's going to mistake capitalism for corporatism? Or, no, the other way around. Corporatism for capitalism. I have a feeling that he thinks they're the same thing and they're not. Let's see.
There's some cynical existential dread kind of stuff, like normal weekday things. I truly believe that what we're experiencing right now...
Oh, God, the first quadruple A game. What an absolute shitfest that was. You know what really, besides the ineptitude of the Singapore Ubisoft studio that made this piece of trash, what really, really killed it, actually, was... Oh, crap, what's it called? The Rare Soft one that came out. Crap. Can't remember what it's called. You know what I'm talking about. It's the other pirate sim game that came out that was Xbox exclusive. Chat, help me out here. I know you know it. It's coming to PlayStation, actually. Most people are talking about capitalism, talking of largely free market, but sometimes regulated. The one those on the left tend to talk about is crony capitalism, but they conflate them. Yeah, capitalism, I don't actually find capitalism to be a very useful term. Because usually when people say it's capitalism, it's actually what they're talking about is a specific element or corrupt element or manipulation or something that they're talking about within capitalism. It's they say, oh, it's capitalism, you know, as if there's no corruption in socialism. you know, um, in fact, a lot of what they call corrupt capitalism is socialism. um, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. What the heck is the name of that game, chat? um, what was it called? Hang on. Pirate Sim. What's it called? It's not called Pirate Simulator. Sea of Thieves. Got it. Sea of Thieves. Sea of Thieves is what really did in Skull and Bones, because, like, I mean, it was doomed from the start. Actually, it's just like a whole slew of issues. Like, they didn't know what kind of game it was going to be. They had a really high turnover rate of high level people that was like, and they were constantly like resetting the scope and the direction of the game. At one point, it was supposed to be like the game Siege, but with ships. When it's just like, motherfuckers, all you have to do was remaster Black Flag, and you would have made so much money. Like, I've heard that the code base for Assassin's Creed Black Flag is such a mess, and that's one of the things that's making it hard for them to remaster it. Because, like, if you look at the Assassin's Creed games that they've remastered, it's pretty much all of them except Black Flag. And I've heard it's because the code base is an absolute mess, and it's like, if they screw up one thing, that the whole game will completely break, things like that. It's just like it's a house of cards. It's just like kind of waiting to fall, and that's like why they won't remaster it. I don't know though. I just realized that this interesting. This video is ratioed. 546 upvotes to 793 downvotes. That's interesting. I wonder if it's because of that capitalism, corporatism thing.
Now is a bursting of the AAA bubble, a separation of corporate-made, passionless money grabs from the smaller but still incredibly fun and affordable games from AA studios and below. So I want to talk about the corporate structure of game companies for the third time.
You mentioned AA studios, but this is the thing. Like, AA studios don't necessarily have a different corporate structure from AAA game studios. It's literally a scaling thing. I mean, yeah, they might not have like an extensive, army of HR Karens breathing down their necks in a AA studio. But generally, when it comes to the development of the game itself, the hierarchies and stuff and the people involved aren't really different from that of a AAA studio. It's just smaller in scale.
Time on my channel, and how these corporations don't care about you, they care about money.
Well, that's true, but they kind of have to care about us. I mean, we're the ones with the money, so they kind of have to care about us to some degree, Pirate Software explains it pretty well, that they are often better off starting with a smaller game, find out the issues, fix them, apply that to a grander scale. Okay, yeah, I could see that. Kind of create like a smaller use case kind of scenario, and then roll that out, that out to the larger product. That makes sense. Thirsty. Yeah.
Take products you love and squeeze the most profit that they can out of it while minimizing costs on development effort. And to me...
Well, they're not doing a good job of minimizing costs on development recently, though, are they? I mean, Spider-Man costs... The first Spider-Man game cost around $100 million to make. I don't know how much Miles Morales cost, but I know that because of the Insomniac leaks, the latest one, Spider-Man 2, costs over $300 million, despite having essentially like 80% of, maybe not 80, maybe like 2/3 of the environment were the same. You know what I mean? You have a lot of the animations are the same. You have the character models, you have the engine. It's all already there. And yet, somehow the budget tripled. How does that happen? You know what I mean?
It's extremely important that we keep talking about this in the gaming space, because we as gamers are extremely susceptible to being taken advantage of. We identify ourselves based on the games that we like. We find meaning in the art of a game. We create relationships through the shared experience we have with other gamers.
You know what's unfortunate though? He said that we're we don't like getting taken advantage of. I disagree. It would seem that a lot of gamers are completely fine with getting taken advantage of. That's why they keep buying FIFA and Madden every fucking year, despite the game getting progressively worse, and they're basically paying full price every year for a roster update and subpar marketed feature upgrades. One of the things I look forward to every year, honestly, is Angry Joe's review of the latest Madden release. Because he goes into it every single year, and every year he spends at least an hour destroying the latest Madden game, and it is hilarious. And and the thing is, it's not just hilarious. It comes off as a bit hyperbolic, but it's actually not really exaggerated. And he rails against people who just they still just they buy it anyway. It's shit, and they just keep buying it. They keep buying $60 every fucking year for a roster update, for shittier features, for shittier gameplay, for gameplay that was better back in 2006. If I were going to play FIFA or something like that, I would just make things DLC with the option to purchase the full game for slightly more. I mean, honestly, is there not a genre of game that's more better that's more better set up to be operated as a live service than sports games? It's literally just an ongoing you know what I mean? How is that not the best model for a live service is sports games? At least sports games that are based off of real world leagues like MLB The Show, any of the 2K sports games, or EA Sports shit. It's all. I mean, and that's another issue too. That these games that this is the thing. Everybody's oh well, they're the only they have a monopoly because they're the only ones that have a license to the league, to the NFL, to the NBA, to the NHL, yada 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 yada. But the thing is that why do we need sports games that are based on the real world? Why can't we have for example, there's what is it called? Blood Bowl? The Warhammer turn-based football game. You don't need a license from the NFL to make that kind of a game. How many sports games does Nintendo have that have all the people from, the Nintendo-verse? You don't need to have licenses to real-world leagues to come out with competitors to these, these licensed league sports games. You know what I mean? I don't know why there hasn't been competition. And the thing is, you would almost think that the barrier to competition would be lower because they don't need to get the license to a league, to make a football game. I could come up with a roster. How many? I know baseball more than I know football. I can't remember how many people are on the roster or on an MLB roster though. Let's say it's 25. You have to. It's not 25 though. How many is it? You have to field 9. You have to have a certain number of people. I can't remember what it is. But let's say you have 25. Okay, why can't I make a game? Why can't I create a game world? A fantasy game world, right? And I will make up, let's say, 25 players to a team, and you have... I'll come up with an RNG-based name generator, a character creator, essentially, and then that the CPU can RNG randomly create characters, right? And that show up on the rosters as free agents or something like that. Or what if you had an RPG where you could explore out into a world and you could find and rescue people that could become players and stuff like that in your league? In some kind of fantasy World of Warcraft style league or something like that. And then you have your arenas, whatever the sport is, in different lands. So you have an elf arena and an orc arena etc., etc., and then you just create the game in a fantasy universe. Like, why hasn't that happened? You go to not Cuba and rescue the best player, or to Japan. You know, Japan's got a lot of really talented baseball players over there. Japan's the only country in the world that has baseball as their number one sport. I think that it would actually be number one in America too if it weren't for football. But I digress. Yeah, it's like, yeah, I don't understand why people don't make more competition. Anyway, I'm getting way off topic here.
It's very possible that nostalgia may creep into our wallets where reason should be instead. So the more we talk about it, the more awareness we spread, and hopefully the more people stop falling into the AAA trap. Though really quick, I want to point
Look at all the fat weeps piling into that convention center. I love it.
out that this problem is not just in the gaming industry. This is something that's been ruining movies and TV shows for what feels like decades now.
True. Very, very, very true. Honestly, I'm surprised it didn't happen to gaming earlier, because it's been happening in movies for a while now. Like, especially when it comes to like Marvel and Star Wars and basically anything Disney, who seem to find it impossible. It seems impossible for Disney to create a movie for under 9 figures, which is kind of insane. But like, Disney has found out really fast that they can't rely on the brand Star Wars, the brand Marvel, to bring in money anymore. They can't do it. They cannot keep spending 150, 200, in some cases 300 plus billion, like Indiana Jones, which got Disney outright stated that they lost upwards of 150 million on that movie. You know, it's like your brand image is so severely damaged, Disney, you cannot keep thinking you can pump these triple digit budgets out onto the screen and expect to make a return on that investment anymore. It's ridiculous. And the same goes for games, to be honest. Yeah, which is why AA is kind of like the future. It looks like AA is very much going to be the future.
Just take a look at Marvel, Star Wars, Disney movies in general, half of the shit that Netflix puts out. It's unfortunate, but a lot of these big budget films are turning into corporate mush. By the numbers remakes or creatively bankrupt TV series that are really just there to capitalize on your attention span or your nostalgia rather than doing anything creative or innovative.
My God, that is so true. This is the folly of the streaming ecosystem. The streaming business model is it requires a constant stream of output, which forces them to basically turn a creative medium into a content sludge pipe, and it's killing all the creativity. Yeah, it's not. They're not in a good place. Hollywood is not in a good place.
Corporations are a sign that an industry is booming. Any industry that makes money will have big corporations that control a large portion of it. Gaming is no different. Ubisoft, Nexon, Activision Blizzard. These are huge companies with thousands of employees that rake in hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars per year. So if they make so much money, you would think that corporations would be great for the industry. I mean, if so many people buy their products, wouldn't you think that the people like the corporations too? Well, yes and no. It's undeniable that people buy their products. That's why they've become corporations and continue to survive.
I wonder if he's going to bring up the constant growth, the folly that is constant growth, I should say. I'm curious if that's going to get brought up. Either with DEI money, it will eventually dry up. Yes. I'm not going to get into that immediately.
Amongst the incredible amounts of new studios popping up every day. But that doesn't mean that their product is the best. For the most part, it just means that it's the most widely known, or that at one point it was the best, and all other competition has been snuffed out.
It's brand recognition, a lot of it. Brand and IP recognition. How long did it take people to kind of start wising up to the fact that Disney is shit? Or not Disney. Well, Disney is shit, but Star Wars is shit. It took a long time. It took a lot of bad product for Lucasfilm to produce for people to start going, wait a minute, Star Wars isn't very good. You know what I mean? But like if you put out an all new property, an all new IP, and it's bad, people know right away and can figure out right away. It's like, oh, that wasn't good. Next new thing, you know? But if it's a recognizable IP, it's recognizable for a reason. And that reason is that, well, it got popular. Why did it get popular? Because it's good and people like it, you know? So it's like, oh, I recognize that IP. It must be good. So it takes a while for people to kind of wise up to the fact that just because it's attached to a certain IP doesn't mean it's a good product. And that's happening with Star Wars. And it's just now starting to happen in the gaming world as well. With all this Sweet Baby stuff, which, I mean, honestly, I haven't seen a video about Sweet Baby specifically in a while. It has ballooned out to a much grander discussion at this point. So, anyway, I digress.
The best example I can give you is EA. EA puts out a Madden game every year.
He went there.
Put out FIFA every year. And every year, they make a lot of money. And I mean a lot of money. But is Madden just the undeniable best football game out there? Well, in a world where there isn't much competition, of course it is.
Yeah, see, he's talking to him about it right now. I just went over this. I don't see why there isn't competition in the sports gaming world. I feel like there should be more. I just feel like too many people think that, like, if it's not based on real people and stuff like that, then it's not going to be able to compete. But then I guess they look at Nintendo sports games and get back to me, because those games sell like crazy. You know what I mean?
When's the last time you heard of a football game that wasn't Madden, or a soccer game that wasn't FIFA? Can you imagine a smaller dev studio trying to compete with these games? Point I'm trying to make.
Yes, I can. I absolutely can, damn it.
Is that these corporations have skillfully worked their way into a place where they have no competition. Any competitors, even other corporations, will have an extremely hard time creating games that can compete. So what does this mean to you?
They even have other games out there. There are some really wacky game leagues out there in the world. I recently discovered one called Bike Ball, and it's literally soccer, but everybody's on a bicycle. It's pretty fucking weird.
We as consumers are given.
You mean they found an opening in the market and took advantage of it? Well, kinda, because 15, 20 years ago, there were like at least a couple basketball game franchises out there. There were at least a couple baseball games out there. Football, I'm not sure. Football, I feel like it's always been Madden. But again, I think that the sports world of games are so narrow-mindedly focused on, like, oh, you know, we have to get the license so that we can license all the players. It's like, no, you don't. You could, I already brought it up. What if you built an RPG sports game where you are like the captain of a team and you have to, like, go around in, like, a free roaming open world fantasy setting and accepting and completing quests that rescue players that you recruit to your team, and this and that, and then you have like a league that you're actually, like, the whole goal is to like win the league or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, that could be a cool idea. Like, you don't need any licenses. You know, there's no licensing required for that. You could do that all in-house. And I could totally see a AA studio doing that, because the core mechanics of a sports game aren't that complicated. You don't have to have all these Madden level, you know, intricate animations and weather systems and, you know, hyper realistic, you know, simulation sports. You don't have to have that to have an enjoyable version of the game. You don't need that. I absolutely could see a AA studio pulling something like this off. You have a really arcadey version, kind of like what was that football game? It came back like several years ago and it sucked, but it was almost like prison football, where like you could like punch people, like there was no penalties for like unnecessary roughness and stuff like that. Like you can just straight up like deck people. You could also think about like Outlaw Golf. Remember that franchise? He was also pointing at established, built-up franchises. NFL Blitz was great back in the day. Yeah, that's the same. These are simplified. They're not really simulations. They're arcade versions of the game. It's the difference between Need for Speed and Gran Turismo. You know, Gran Turismo is like the driving simulator game. That's what it is. But it doesn't compete with Need for Speed because Need for Speed is an arcade style racer. You know what I mean? You can do the same thing in sports, is all I'm saying. And it doesn't cost as much to do arcadey stuff as it does to do simulation kind of stuff.
Given an illusion of choice. In reality, we are being fed limited options, with limited competition that could have driven these corporations to actually improve their game. Right now, we're seeing the consequences of a lack of competition in gaming. Pokemon games releasing broken, Halo games releasing without content, Call of Duty games don't really change much, neither do Assassin's Creed games, MMORPGs take forever to make, and if you make one, there's no guarantee that you're going to be able to pull people away from the most popular games like World of Warcraft, RuneScape, or Final Fantasy. Just recently, we had a Star Wars Battlefront remake release, and it was worse in quality than the originals that came out in the early 2000s.
Instead of Battlefront fans being treated to a bit of fan service, this collection is a shameless money-grubbing exploit of said fan base. This is nothing more than a cold-blooded attempt to exploit people's nostalgia, which is the most disrespectful thing you could do with a game like this.
We need to be...
Well, true, but was that the case for the Tomb Raider remasters that came out recently? Like, oh, I have sparkling ice. Here, I finished a bottle. It's this. I guess finished one. I just popped over and opened another one. It's like flavored carbonated water. It's delicious, sugar free, awesome. Anyway, shit. What was he talking about?
Be very aware of the fact that gaming companies are not worried about whether or not...
All right, the Ackman. Yeah, this Battlefront thing was shit, but I mean, how differently was it that different from what Aspyr did with the Tomb Raider remasters, where they just like one for one just recreated the models and the environments and all the gameplay mechanics and everything, and then just released it? You know, like, was that considered just a greedy cash grab from naive fans yearning for nostalgia? I don't know. I feel like this is a problem of execution, not necessarily intent. I feel like, although I could see why people might think that it comes across as that. It comes across as lazy, doing the least work and spending the least money possible to cash in and get the most money possible from the most people in the shortest amount of time. They hated the woke nonsense precursor they put in there. Oh, that's right. They put that fucking disclaimer. God, I fucking hate Creative Assembly so much. I can't stand shit like that. It's like, this is we don't agree with the positions of the game as these remasters present. It's just like, fuck off. Like, I can't. Number one, what is the goal of doing such a thing? Like, has anybody's mind ever been changed about anything because there was a virtue signaling disclaimer ahead of it? No, that's never happened. The people who don't like those things, they roll their eyes and move on, and the people that do like it either A, don't buy the game in the first place because they're activists before they are gamers, or if they do buy their game, like, what do they get out of it? It's like, yeah, you go, in a cringy boomer kind of way, you know? And then they go on, but like, nobody's mind is changed by it. So what's it there for? You know what I mean? Like, it's there for them. It's there for the makers to feel good about themselves. That's literally the only thing that it accomplishes. It is such a disgustingly selfish, and narcissistic thing to do. It's just like, before we put out these remasters, we're gonna use these remasters to shove this this childish message in front of everyone's faces for 10 seconds, because that'll teach them. No, it's because we want to be smug assholes, because our heads are up our own asses, and we are so morally absolute in our zealous, ridiculous, godless religion that we can't see anything else outside of it, and we can't imagine a world without it. You know, it's really a pathetic state of being. So, yeah, it was the rights owner. It was Crystal Dynamics that did it, I think. They're the rights owner. Yeah, Aspyr Studios are the ones who actually made the game, and then the publisher went in and slapped that bullshit in front of the game. That's what happened. It wasn't Aspyr that did it. So, and by the way, interesting fact. Is it a fact? I think Aspyr is it Aspyr the studio? Hang on. Aspyr did the Battlefront remasters. Let's see here. Yeah, Aspyr is the one who did the remaster for both Tomb Raider and the Battlefront games. So when he says, like, they're out for a quick cash grab, I don't know if that's true. I think that, honestly, I think the biggest difference is that Battlefront is a massive online game and Tomb Raider is a single-player game, because the biggest thing about Battlefront was, like, the network didn't work, right? Wasn't that, like, the biggest criticism? It's that, like, you literally just couldn't get into a game because the network didn't work. But that's because I don't think Aspyr has had any experience with, like, massive multiplayer code bases. So I don't think that this is, I think that he's right that this happens. I just don't think that this example is the right example to use here, I think. So remasters can be cash grabs, but I mean, technically everything is a cash grab. So bad that it remains true to what it remasters. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you can want to, I guess that's where your priorities are. Like, I think that Aspyr, well, they aspired to make really good versions of these games because they kind of wanted a new generation to experience them, Tomb Raider and Battlefront, right? I think that their hearts were in the right places. I just think that they were inept on the multiplayer part of the code base, and that's why Battlefront was seen as a lazy, incompetent cash grab, but Tomb Raider was, like, lauded universally. I don't have a problem with cash grab remasters as long as they keep the original game, just bring it to the modern console. Yeah, absolutely. You know, maybe give us some updated textures, you know? Maybe make controls a little more friendly. But yeah, in general, which some games can be easy, others hard. Yeah, exactly. Battlefront is a much harder thing. Well, I don't know that. Are there more environments in Battlefront than there are in Tomb Raider? I don't know. I mean, you have to remember that they remastered Battlefront 1 and 2, but they also remastered Tomb Raider 1, 2, and 3. So, I don't know. It kind of seems like a rough equivalent amount of work. Age of Empires, 20. That game is still getting fucking support. It's amazing. Age of Empires 2. It's absolutely incredible. Again, I don't think that everything should just be. I think that when incompetence shines through, like in the case of Battlefront, people immediately associate that with greedy, lazy cash grabs. But like, if Battlefront 2's network system was buttery smooth and all the matchmaking was perfect and there was no latency, there was no stuttering, there was no lag, there was no rubber banding, there was no, just getting kicked by the network. If everything ran totally smooth on the network, everybody would be loving Battlefront right now. right? And they wouldn't think it was a lazy, soulless cash grab. You know, this is a matter of execution and not of what we call it, motivation, I guess you can call it. I don't think. Anyway, let's continue. We still got another 9 minutes of this video.
Or not you are happy with your choices of games. They aren't going to go the extra mile beyond their planned budget just to make sure that the game they're making is perfect. Everything is calculated. Gaming companies are only worried about making as much profit as they can with as minimal of costs as possible.
Well, this is diminishing returns, right? Some studios think it's worth it. Like, you know, you have your... I'm going to get out some more paper here. So, you have, you know, your... It's an X cubed graph. An X cubed graph looks like this. Actually, no, this is a logarithmic graph. X cubed is like this. Or maybe like this. I can't remember which direction it goes. But it's like a studio is looking at like if you have quality going up here, quality right here, then budget, right? They're trying to find that sweet spot of like right around here, essentially, because it's like, okay, I spent this much to get this level of quality, and if I double that, spend this much, my quality goes up by another maybe 5 to 10%. You know what I mean? So when studios are looking at their budgets, they're gonna cut it off at a certain point on this graph, right? Somewhere in here when it starts to level off and plateau, that's where they're gonna cut it off. Some studios will go above and beyond, and they will spend the budget and the time. You can also add time to this. But even then, like, think of like Cyberpunk 2077. It released here. This is where it released, right here. This amount of budget and this level of quality. It needed a lot more polish and a lot more work. It needed another year of work, which is why when a year later, a little more than a year later, they released 2.0, and it was fantastic. And then down the line, they released, recently they released Phantom Liberty, which is one of the best DLC packs ever, as far as I'm concerned. But like CD Projekt Red ultimately ended with like this level of quality. Compare. There's, you can find it online of comparisons of Cyberpunk, the modern Cyberpunk, with what's on the screen right now, Starfield, right? And it is night and day in terms of quality. Starfield is dog shit in comparison to current day Cyberpunk. So, but that's what he's talking about here. It's like, yeah, they want to find a sweet spot where, like, once they hit a point of plateau in quality, that's where they want their budgets to be, essentially. When he says that's calculated, he's damn right.
Now you may say, but Jack, some game studios love their fan base and are constantly communicating with their fans to give them what they want. Don't they actually care? Yes, the companies do care about what you think. No, they don't.
Not if they're communicating with they're relying on their community managers to do so.
Don't do that because they care about you specifically. They will develop the game to your liking because if enough people agree with you and stop buying their game, it's beneficial for them to do what you're asking and get people buying again. This is an example of aligned interests. See, corporations will basically align themselves with whatever social cause or whatever gaming trend makes them the most money. Why do you think WB Games is doubling down on live service models, even though Suicide Squad Killed the Justice League was pretty much a disaster? It's because the live service model has proven to be the safest investment for a hefty return.
Sir, the game isn't even finished. Only half of it even works. Oh, that doesn't matter.
The reason smaller studios can't get away with stuff like this is because they need their interests to align with customers more often in order to get customers to buy their product. They are the underdog, the new people on the block. They need to make sure their game is good enough that the player base sticks around instead of going to the other AAA options that had a much larger marketing or production budget. And I hate to be...
Yeah, I mean, I could see this. What was that game that came out? What's it called? Wayfinder, I think it was called. Something like that. Is this critic supposed to be big brain or just simply packaging already acknowledged and known things? I think he's I think this first part he's going over the obvious, but I think he knows that it's obvious. He's just kind of trying to summarize it essentially. Let him cook. Give him a chance to cook. We're not even halfway into the video. But it is true though. Like Power World, they released their first version, and everybody absolutely loved it, and the game became like the biggest game ever since the last biggest game ever. But there was this other game that pretty much everybody at this point has forgotten about, I think it's called Wayfinder. See, I've forgotten about it. I can't remember the name of it, but it was this MMO. It was an MMO game. I think it was an MMO. See, I must have forgotten about it. But they released, and it had network problems, and its first release earned it mixed to negative reviews on Steam. And it has remained that way ever since. And this is like a AA studio, like MMO. It's like that initial impression probably completely killed the game. Whereas the initial impression of Pal World is the exact opposite, right? But they also know that if Pal World releases their next big update and it's like not very good, that could also completely kill the momentum of the game. So he is right that smaller studios basically have to continually prove themselves at a higher frequency to the player base to have a successful product. So
be so cynical, but that's just how business works. Sometimes the customer's interests align with the company, sometimes it doesn't. The business will decide what they do based on the amount of money that they make from it, not how happy it'll make customers. If you want to look at it another way, ask yourself the question, do you think that if hundreds of thousands of people complain about predatory cash shops, that the mobile games will stop having predatory cash shops? No, because for every hundreds of thousands of people complaining about the cash shop, there are 10 people spending hundreds of thousands of dollars in that cash shop. And of
is he talking about like the fact that gacha games rely on whales to survive? I mean, I don't know. I never actually looked at the statistics about like, but I have a feeling that the 80-20 rule will rear its ugly head once again when it comes to profits from gacha games, which is 80% of their profits are coming from 20% or less of their player base, right? But this is largely the case in a lot of places.
Corporations are psychologically manipulating customers into spending more money, creating barriers to entry that prevent any real competition, making budget cuts while releasing games of questionable quality, and doing all of that while trying to spread a message of, we do this for you, dear consumer. If the corporation is evil, wouldn't you expect the people working in the corporation to be evil too? Like little henchmen to a supervillain right out of a comic book? Obviously the answer is no. Not everyone that works at a corporation is evil, and to be fair, not every corporation is evil. But what we as consumers need to understand is that the corporate structure itself has been refined over time to help businesses be the most efficient at serving their purpose, which is to make money. At the top will always be the board of directors, the president of the company, and the C-suite. These guys make all the decisions, and most of the time, their job is not to care about games, it's to care about the welfare of the business. But does this make them evil? Well, some of them might be, but being an executive at a corporation doesn't inherently make you an evil person. Most of the time, it just means you're good at your job.
On my business card, I am a corporate president. In my mind, I am a game developer. But in my heart, I am a gamer.
That sounds like somebody who came up from the bottom of the ladder right there. There's a problem in American corporate structures where the people at the top and even some of the people in the middle, they didn't come up through the lower rungs of companies. They were basically groomed early on to become C-suiters and low-level and even high-level executives, and they basically just move around like musical chairs from one executive suite to the next with absolutely no attachment or care at all to or even knowledge, like really like boots on the ground, PPE wearing kind of knowledge that you get when you start at the bottom of the ladder and you work your way up through a corporate structure. Being a CEO doesn't make you evil. How did we get to the point this has to be said? I mean, Yeah, exactly. It's like it has to happen enough for it becomes a ubiquitous. I'm going to use a couple of fancy words here. It becomes a ubiquitous colloquialism, you know, where it's just like, I mean, here in America, at least, it's like considered. I would consider it. Hey, Rosa, how you doing? How you doing? It would be considered common knowledge that mega corporations are evil. Like that's like the default opinion here in America of corporations. And the thing is, he is right about the people at the top are not the same as the people at the bottom. And a lot of the people at the bottom, they're not evil. They're just trying to get a check so that they can feed themselves or feed their families and just get on with their lives. You know what I mean? They don't have any kind of external motivating force behind them. And it's like this way for not even just like bottom of the ladder kind of people. It's like this way all the way up until you get into the middle management area. Like I'll tell you right now, like I'm sitting like right below management level stuff, essentially. Like I have like a senior level position and I'm like literally the only person in the company that does what I do. So like my whole division would be crippled if I were to leave like tomorrow. But you know what? I don't have a bunch of attachment to my career. I've changed careers 3 times in my life, you know, like gotten to a point and then it's like, oh, I don't want to do this anymore. I'm going to start over and do something else. I've done that 3 times. You know what I mean? And it's just because it's like I have a lifestyle that I want to have, and I have hobbies and things of interest and activities that I want to do, and I will do whatever job I need to do to facilitate those desires, essentially. And I think that that's how it is for most people. Most people, their job is just a thing that they need to facilitate the rest of their lives and the things they actually want to do. This is, I feel like, the normal state of people. Also consider being the CEO or COO of a game dev studio isn't nearly the same as being CEO or CEO of a Fortune 500 company, so associating a title to morality is kind of weird. Oh man, I mean, we can get into the C-suite morality stuff. Honestly, if you want to know my opinion on that, just watch my 3.5 hour deep dive into Sweet Baby Inc. and Gamergate and all that kind of stuff. I go into a lot of it there. And anyway, let's continue.
And this is relatively the same for all the employees below them. They're hired to do a job, and that job is related to some function that the business needs in order to make money. Now, of course, there will be plenty of people who do their job and are passionate about making a great game. I'm sure Ian Hazzikostas, the game director for WoW, truly wants to make the game better. He has always seemed very passionate, but he doesn't have the final say. If he makes a game that doesn't rake in more and more revenue every year, he will be seen as a failure in the eyes of the business. They may not fire him on the spot, but you best believe that he's going to be under an incredible amount of pressure to perform better for the company. What's up?
He's getting into the conflict between business and creativity. This is the thing that's really, really killing not just AAA game studios, but Hollywood and comic books and all these kind of things. Is that everything is done by committee now. Everything is run through 100 different filters of, you know, is this offensive? You know, how many rounds of sensitivity reading do things get through? How many people have to put their stamp of approval on it who had no, you know, input into creating the thing in the first place? You know, and you end up with just a sludge pipe of it. It looks different at first, but you quickly realize it's like, why do I get the exact same thoughts and mental stimulation as from this product and that I do from the last product and the product before that and the product before that and the product before that? Like everything that's being produced is causing me to react in the same, just mildly interested or uninterested, uncaring manner You know what I mean? And that's because everything is being filtered through this corporatist, filter that's just killing all creativity. Suicide Squad is a fantastic example of that. Suicide Squad had 23 writers on it. The first Arkham Asylum game had two writers. Okay? When you have two writers who create a game like that, that is creative passion. Pure creative passion. When you have 23 writers producing the same, the exact same trends that we see in all other garbage live service games and hated, gameplay mechanics, like this helmet will give you plus 0.03% resistance to fire, but against enemies that climb on all fours and only on Tuesdays. That's how you get, shit stat systems like that. It's all getting processed through the same garbage corporate filter, and it's just killing all the creativity. Formulas work, generally speaking. Too many chefs in the kitchen. Yeah, exactly. It's too many chefs in the kitchen. Yeah. Oh, man. You did some... Hey, NDA. How you doing? Did some HR assistant work, and about 1/8 to 1/10 of applications were people only interested in management jobs right out of the gate. No offense to the hustle, but as someone who's always started at ground zero, bruh, come on. Oh, God, dude. Yeah, I mean, every time, like I said before, that I have restarted my career 3 different times so far, and I started at the bottom rung of those career fields in every instance. I don't expect, but then again, I'm an exennial. I was born in the early 80s. So my mentality, that's my mentality. How much you want to bet? You say 1/8 to 1/10 of those applicants. I will bet you that they were all under the age of 30, weren't they? They're expecting management jobs before they're 30 years old. Yeah, and honestly, I feel like a lot of that's because the college systems blow smoke up their asses, thinking that they're all hot shit. But yeah, anyway, moving on.
Everyone, Editor Jack here, and I have a treat for you. I actually got a hold of some real fake video footage of an actual fake Bethesda meeting where the game director of Starfield 2 is giving some executives a status update, and the executives, they make real fake changes on the spot. This proves how easy it is for the people in charge of the business side to change what the creative side does. Bobby, roll the tape. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Today we're going to be talking about the QA results for our next...
Okay, who do we got here? We have AT. What does AT stand for? AT Jack, Lazarus J, who's got his camera off, Devin, and Jim, who look like fedora tipping losers. Okay, and looks like they're doing a QA status update on Starfield. Okay.
Starfield game named Starfield Plus. If we keep our current pace, we're looking about 31 weeks or 7 months to deliver fixes for all of these. Assuming we don't find any more going forward. Any questions?
Yes, sir, Jack. This is Jim, your CMO. That is Chief Marketing Officer, if you don't know, Jack. You're telling me that to address all these bugs, it'll take 31 weeks, but that'll put us well past our targeted launch date, and I would really like to hit our targeted launch date because that puts the release of this game right before the holidays, and I would love to have something to sell for the holiday rush. I mean, that is a huge opportunity for some high return on investment here, and I don't think the company can afford to miss that.
Yeah, Jim, great point.
Yeah, see, this is Devin, CFO, and to add to Jim's point, I would really like to see us reduce the number of weeks it takes.
Your PTO has been denied. Oh, the joys of working in a big corporate structure like me.
To fix all of these bugs, because I would really like to reduce the amount of strain on the budget by severely reducing the size of our QA team. So we need them to retest as many fixes as possible before I end their contracts.
You notice that what's happening here? One person wants quality. He wants all the bugs fixed. This guy, he wants the job done faster. He wants the job done fast. And this guy, he wants it done cheap, right? You ever hear the old adage that there's 3 aspects of any kind of product development, which is speed, price, and quality. And you have to pick 2 of those. You can't have all 3. If it's fast, if it gets done fast and it's of high quality, it ain't gonna be cheap. If it gets done fast and it's cheap, it is not gonna be good quality. And if it's of high quality, and if it's quality, and if it's of good quality and it's not expensive, then it's not going to come fast. You could pick 2 of the 3, and you notice that what's happening here is all 3 of these, they're all coming from their own individual perspectives, and they're all demanding that all 3 of those happen. And it's just, it doesn't happen that way.
Okay, not a problem. I'll see what I can do to speed up the pace of their testing. When did you want to cancel their contracts?
And next week, yeah.
Oh, all right, see what I can do about that, yeah.
You know, Win, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think we really should be focusing on our internal devs, you know, because they are the heart and soul of the game. Do you think that we can ask them to use their shit for game development to maybe work harder, maybe more hours in the day, to really push us past that finish line, you know, sprinting the final 50 yards of the marathon?
Oh yeah, I'm sure they'd be so happy to get more of their time to make this game as perfect as possible.
I love the Todd head down here. This is great. Okay, this is the best part of the video, actually, to be
possible, especially for no extra pay or guarantee of future employment once the game is launched.
Yeah, and while we're talking about
You notice how that none of them are talking about things from a human perspective. Everything is being reduced down to spreadsheets. It's just numbers. They don't see anything. They don't see the human element of practically anything. Everything is just number crunching to these people.
Dev team, I would also like to hear from you, Lazarus. Lazarus, he's our chief diversity officer. Capital from investors who specifically look for Hispanics in video games.
Did you feel like we'd address this with our dev team, Lazarus?
Oh God.
Okay, well, we can just ask them, you know.
Jack, can you just double check with the devs that we put in a new Hispanic character in the game, like Miles Morales? Everyone loves Miles Morales.
There's your by committee shit right there. This is exactly the by committee shit. It gets filtered through all this corporate garbage. You notice? Okay, so we have quality guy here on the left, quality perspective guy. We have finance perspective guy. We have worthless DEI guy, and we have marketing guy. You notice whose perspective is missing from this meeting? The fucking perspective of gamers. There's no gamers on this providing input on this. This is what I mean. It's a complete detachment of it's a complete competition between the business side of things and the creative side of things. Also, fuck the DEI guy. Of course, his name is Lazarus. That's a good parody name, actually. But he is right on how he explained that, because that's literally what it is. Like, investors, they wave money at you, and they say, "Hey, you do this woke shit, and we'll knock off like 0.5% on the interest rate on this loan that we'll give you." You know, so they do it.
He's cool and Hispanic. So can you just put Miles Morales in Starfield Plus?
Yeah, sure. I think I can do that. You do know this is a game about space exploration and creating your own spaceship, though, right? It doesn't really have any superheroes in it.
Yeah, that's not my problem. I'm just the money guy, not the creative game-making guy. Which
makes sense, though. If you aren't doing everything in-house as private, you are beholden to the money and thus the desires of those paying for your work. Exactly. And who have no... they have no skin in the game as a consumer. So the customers get what they get in that frame. Yeah, exactly. The investors become the customers. The investors who don't give a shit about the actual product, right? Even if you just use the numbers, you can have more humanity than this. There's only so much stress the human body can take before it crashes. Yeah, I mean, I know, man. I know. You're preaching to the choir, my friend.
Probably someone on your team.
Okay, so more crunch time to hit a holiday deadline. QA team will need to work faster to optimize their usefulness before they're fired. And Miles Morales. Okay, thanks for your time today, team. Please consider all the hard work I'm doing in your next round of promotions, or at least when you're looking at which games to cancel and who to fire. Okay, talk to you soon. So again.
Oh man, that was kind of rough to watch, I have to say. It wasn't cringy at all. It was rough because of how, like, yeah, I mean, obviously it's not how it actually goes down, but it's like, it hits home. You know what I mean? It really hits home. And the thing is, even if that isn't the way things work, the general perception is that it is how it works. And that's enough for it to be a problem. Again, a lot of these comes down to, when it comes to the truth doesn't really matter. What matters is the perception of truth. And that meeting right there is how gamers who bother to pay attention to this kind of shit really do perceive the truth of the matter, you know? And that's a problem for these companies.
What does this mean for you, the customer? Why the hell am I taking up all your time talking about what people may already know? Well, here we go. Here's the big drop. Here's the main point.
There you go, Outlaw. He just admitted it.
And I was building up to the entire time. I want you, my dear viewer, to be prepared. Basically, I would like for us gamers to better protect ourselves against some of the disappointments that AAA gaming produces. If they get your money, they don't care about your complaint. At the end of the day, I feel that this structure leads to a conflict of interest. The gaming side of the company, the creative side of the house, is put in a position where it constantly fights with the business side of the company. And unfortunately, the business side will always win, because games need money to be made and function. The world doesn't run on good vibes and fun games, it runs on cash. And that means that any complaint a dev may have is instantly trumped by the response, but this will make us more money. And this brings us back to the structure of corporate...
He's not wrong there. He's not wrong, unfortunately. This isn't unique to gaming, the same thing for healthcare and other things. Yeah, when government, or rather any third party, is involved in your desires of care, they get a say, they pay for it. Yep. I mean, this is what shareholders do in shareholder meetings. You know, that's like the whole structure of it. Is it because he wants me to experience the same thing he's describing, that you get poor quality if you get fast food? That's a very meta observation you have there, Outlaw.
Corporations. It's not one person's fault. It's a system. This system was created to efficiently run a business, and that's it. Corporations don't foster creativity because that's not what they were meant to do. The structure has been put in place to make money based off data and educated decision making. And that's why creativity is only tolerated as long as you can prove with data that the creative investment is worth the risk. I'm being a bit dramatic, but basically...
I'll keep going. I'll let him cook. He's about to beat on.
Yourself against these corporations. Don't buy games based on pure trust in developers, because it may not be the developers that have the final say. Try not to fall...
They never have the final say. The people in all those rows of desks with no walls between them, in like, whenever they have like a corporate, like a camera, and they get in there and they have like this panning shot of the devs doing their work, and they're all like packed into these computer banks with no walls between them, so that they can exist in a highly collaborative environment. You know what I mean? They never get the final say on anything.
Fall victim to predatory microtransactions, because this validates the company's decision to be predatory and have microtransactions. Don't pre-order online games if the developer hasn't given you a reason to trust that the game will be actually good. Just be aware. And most of all, if a game comes out and it's shit and you happen to buy it, go get that refund. Even in live service games, if the game is broken or not fun, don't just sit on it. Don't trust that the developers will eventually make it good. Refund the game and then buy it again when it gets good.
That's what people did with Cyberpunk, by the way. People refunded Cyberpunk like crazy because it literally couldn't function on last-gen systems like it said it would. And then, actually, they came up with a patch that made it much more functional, but it was still a buggy mess. And so people waited. And then when 2.0 released, a fuck ton of people bought the game again, and they loved it. He's basically saying, be a customer, not a consumer. That's really what it boils down to. A customer is just a consumer with discernment. That's all he's basically saying. You know, just and really vote with your wallet. That's what he's saying. I mean, he's not saying anything groundbreaking here.
Anyway, I turned this into more of a rant than I had hoped, but I still think that it's an interesting conversation to have with you all. I would love to hear your take on the gaming industry and how corporations can better foster creativity and innovation in games, rather than what they're meant to do right now, which is make a lot of money. But most importantly, I hope you enjoyed the video. Leave a like if you liked it, and subscribe for more content. I hope you enjoy these AAA...
I think one of the... That's the end of the video, by the way. Thanks, all trades, Jack. But... Yeah, yeah, he's just basically saying be a responsible customer. It's like it's unfortunately true. Game companies don't give a fuck about your feedback if it doesn't hit their bottom line. You have to hit them in the bottom line. And unfortunately, all these DEI programs and mandates kind of give them a partial out for that. It says, oh, we don't have to make the customer 100% happy. We only need to make them like 60% happy. And the rest of it will get made up for in savings on loans. And that kind of stuff, that we qualify for those savings by adopting DEI principles, shit like that. What you really end up having to do, this is how the customer base wins, by the way. So if you have total budget right here, let me get the video off the screen. If you have total budget right here, the line, right? And let's say that they save this much. They save this much, basically, by taking a lower interest ESG loan. Okay, so they don't spend this money to make the game because they get this kind of loan. Because what it is they basically they go onto loan markets. They shop for loans, and loans will say, "Hey, this is the interest rate. Let's say 7%, but we'll lower it to 5% if you do XYZ DEI shit." And so they do the XYZ DEI shit to get that 2% reduction on the interest on that loan. And that's the money they save here. So what you as a customer have to do is that profit has to be like this. If this is their projected profit, the amount of profit that they lose as a result of adopting these kinds of funds has to be greater than the amount they save in adopting those funds. So they have to lose more than they save, essentially. That's what our job as customers is. This is why that SBI group on Steam is so powerful, because there's more than 350,000 members. If you're charging $60 a game, you're in the 25 million range right there. I was working GameStop during the Cyberpunk release. I've never had the pleasure of saying "I told you so" to so many people at once, quite like that time. And that's true. Everybody was saying, "Don't buy the game." There were so many people saying, "Don't buy Cyberpunk" when it first released. Don't buy it. Especially if you're still on like PS4, because it literally won't work. And people bought it like crazy anyway. It was so sad. Witcher 3 sucked on release and sucked for years, but it got good. Yep, it's true. And so did Cyberpunk. I'm telling you, I bought. Hang on, I'll show it to you. Look at this. I bought the 2.0 with Phantom Liberty hard copy. I bought it digitally too, but I bought the physical copy as well. Because to me, this is what I would consider an exceptional RPG experience. Cyberpunk 2.0 with the Phantom Liberty. You want to see some insanely good, impactful storytelling with incredible first-person cutscenes, and just an overall amazing, immersive gameplay experience. Fucking play this game. It is absolutely phenomenal. CD Projekt Red is like Ubisoft. They never release finished games. Well, that's like every AAA studio, it seems, these days. But what makes it a trustworthy dev is that they will fix their game. I mean, they've proved it twice now, haven't they? They proved it with The Witcher 3, which I say that the Phantom Liberty is some of the best DLC ever created in gaming history. So is the DLC they came out with for Witcher 3. What was it called? Blood and Wine? Was that what was called? That was also considered one of the best DLC packs ever released in history. CD Projekt Red has a track record of coming out of eventually having a fantastic game, just not on first release. had two DLCs and both were quite good if memory serves. Yeah, they really were. You want to know another studio that I think should be given the same charity? That No Man's Sky, Hello Games. This game, in its current state, they have released like 15 or 16 huge DLC packs to this game, and they have all been for free, and the game is way far and beyond what they originally promised. This is a phenomenal just chill out and do space stuff and build bases simulator. Phenomenal. So yeah, there are studios that deserve trust. You were about to mention it. Yep. Oh yeah, No Man's Sky. Well, the thing is, No Man's Sky functioned when it came out. It was just that there wasn't anything to do in the game because they had promised all this stuff and they only had like 30-40% of it in the original release. Now they have like 400-500%. We're talking, I mean, seriously, like 4 to 5 times the content and things you can do beyond what they originally promised in the base game. That's how much they've improved at Hello Games. And Hello Games, they didn't shit on the fans. They didn't go around calling the fans racist, all that kind of shit. You want to know what they did? They shut the fuck up, put their nose to the grinder, and made the game fucking good. That's what they did. They behaved like adults. They behaved like professionals. And now they're one of those studios that's actually trusted in the industry. So I bought No Man's Sky on release. I played all the way through and felt pretty burned, so I never went back to it. Though at this point, it's not out of spite, more so out of lack of interest. Yeah, I mean, honestly though, if you jump into it now and you only ever played it at original release, it's gonna be really overwhelming for you because there is just so much shit to do in that game now. Like there's enough shit to do in that game variety wise that you would never have to like jump more than like a couple systems away from your starting planet or your starting system. That's how much shit there is to do in that game. It's fucking crazy. But anyway, back to the strategy. This is what we have to do is profit, budget, purchase loss. So that's what you have to do. You basically have to make it so the money that they save as a result of getting ESG investment isn't as much as the money they lose from it. That's where the vote with your wallet thing comes from, basically. And the thing is that like studios that have these overinflated budgets, poor management, and rely on investments on these kinds of things, generally tend to release much lower quality games to begin with. Which that alone, having poor quality, should be enough for you to not spend $60-$70 on the game. You know what I mean? It should be. It should be enough. Like you don't have to have an activist moral mindset to execute on this, because usually this shit leads to poor quality. There are some exceptions here and there, but for the most part, if you see this, you could pretty much rely that the people involved with the making of the game are generally mediocre and not very good at their jobs, which means they're not going to put out a very high quality product. So you don't actually have to have an activist mindset to execute on the vote with your wallet mentality. So anyway, what's weird to me, people being needed to be told this. Well, complacency is a bitch, man. You know, complacency really, it gets people into comfort zones. And once people experience comfort zones and they're exposed to one for a prolonged period of time, they become people become very, very willfully ignorant of things. You know what I mean? So, but at the same time as that, I think there's a natural, how do I say this? I think people kind of have natural bullshit detectors, if that makes sense. So even if they've been kind of conditioned as much as possible to ignore the bullshit detector, they still have the detector. You know what I mean? Most people come back for a return on a game they don't like. Do they really? Do most people actually get refunds? I actually think people are generally lazy about it. I don't think most people need to be told this. I think people are better off just being informed by what's happening. Like, hey, did you see this bad game? Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, again, you have to be careful when you're executing on some kind of strategy like this, right? Let me think here. I'm not a salesman, but I've been around salesmen enough to know that, like, you can't convince people by telling them the answer, but you can convince them by giving them bits and pieces that you know that they will put together and come up with the answer themselves. You know? So let's say, like, no, it's this, and you need to do that. That won't convince people. But if you say, I just think this, this, and this, and it really does seem to me like this, this, and this, you put those puzzle pieces into their head, and you let them put the puzzle together, and then they come to the conclusion that you have on their own. And people are much more convinced by conclusions that they come up with than conclusions that are told to them. So that's what you have to do. That's what you have to do. And it's really easy to fall into like an activist kind of spiral when it comes to this kind of stuff. I actually think it's more productive. I wouldn't say more productive, but you will get more results by coming at this from like a quality perspective rather than a moral one. At GameStop, no refunds on new games because policy, but they do come back and request it. This is how we sell used games. The discount doesn't sell them. Being able to return it does. Oh. That's actually really smart. Smart from a business perspective. The average consumer isn't happy about losing $60. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. $60 is a lot of fucking money, man. That's like almost a whole day of work. What's the minimum wage now? Like 7 something? Yeah, it's like a day and a half of work. So, anyway, let's see. What else we got here? What else we got on the docket here? Just went over that. Over the earthquakes. Not going to cover that. Not going to cover that. Ooh. This isn't a video, but it is an article. Let's bring this guy up. This is funny as fuck, by the way. Here we go. Amazon's Just Walk Out at fresh stores relied on more than 1,000 people in India watching and labeling videos to ensure accurate checkouts. So, Amazon's Just Walk Out technology is touted as an AI-powered checkout system at its fresh grocery stores, but new reports have claimed it uses 1,000 people in India to monitor buyers. The company is now walking out on its own the technology that promised an innovative alternative to cashiers by using cameras and sensors to scan each item and is switching to a self-checkout shopping cart called Dash Cart. An Amazon spokesperson told DailyMail.com, Amazon does have people to annotate video images, which is necessary for continuously improving the underlying machine learning model powering Just Walk Out technology. Associates may also validate a small minority of shopping visits where our computer vision technology cannot determine with complete confidence in individuals' purchases. So basically, they have this, like, they were touting this thing as being like this, an AI scanner. But it turned out it was just like a thousand Indians like spying on you. That's what it was. AI equals actual Indians. Yeah, I saw that in the Discord too. Or actually Indians. Oh my god. Amazon has referred to Just Walk Out as a combination of sophisticated tools and technologies that added items to the shopper's virtual cart when they take an item off a shelf and remove it when they put it back. According to its site, by adding the technology, it wasn't removing employees, it was only shifting the way they spend their time by assisting customers, stocking shelves, and answering questions. However, new reports claim that Amazon has instead added workers in India to watch the cameras in Amazon Fresh stores and even add shoppers' items to their virtual cart. What? The Indians are adding items to the cart without the shopper knowing about it? Bro, that's fucked up. Amazon spokesperson Sarmisha Ramesh vehemently denied the allegations in an email to DailyMail.com. Is that the person who runs the 1000 India call center-like facility? I mean, of course it'd be in his best interest to deny that it's happening. Saying human staff in India annotate video images, which includes training AI-powered algorithms to recognize objects on the screen. See, this is interesting to me because it's not describing like a system that basically, because all items on a shelf have barcodes, right? It's not describing a system that has like it wouldn't be RFID, an infrared. This is scanned using infrared, by the way. Like, I could see a system that would like basically like scan in like as many directions as possible, infrared beams to scan barcodes. That's how bags are. You know how like when you tag a bag, your suitcase at the airport, and then that goes on the conveyor and it goes behind the wall. That's how the bags are tracked in that conveyor system. Is that they have these readers that go around the belt, and it's aiming like 12 to 14 radio scanners that read the barcode on that bag tag to initiate tracking through the system. I could see something like that working, but that's not what this is describing. I refuse to go anywhere that I can be charged without personally handing out money or my card. Yeah. If I go into a place and they don't accept cash, even if I mean to pay with a card, which I always do, if they have a sign that says no cash or something akin to that, I won't shop there. I will just leave my cart or my products or whatever is there, and I will just walk out. I will not support businesses that want to try to go cashless. I think that, honestly, I think it should be a law that all businesses accept cash. Honestly. At least all like retail businesses. I think the whole cashless thing is absolute bullshit. But I just described this scanning thing, but like it's not describing that. It's describing something akin to like it can like look at the shape of something, like the dimensions of something, and like the pictures on the box to know what the product is. Like use it like it would be able to like dimension the item and like look at what it looks like and then it would know what the item is. which is a far more complicated kind of system than I'm imagining that it needs to be honest. And honestly, this technology is a little tricky. I know quite a bit about it because I know a lot about medical equipment. Medical equipment uses what's called computed tomography scanners. CT. You never get a CT scan? That's what that is. And what it's doing is it's literally like shooting an X-ray beam at you, like at an object, but the X-ray, it's like this. It's like this. There's like X-ray tube over here, and then there's basically like a shield here and here, so that the X-ray only gets through this little gap in the shield. So it's a very narrow X-ray beam that hits the object. It refracts and comes back, and that refraction pattern is what determines the density of the object that it's hitting. And then this apparatus literally goes around in a circle around the object, and it creates like a three-dimensional density profile of the object. That's how CT scanning works. It's a really complicated algorithm to do this, by the way. And it takes time. It takes anywhere between 12 and 30 seconds for highly complicated items. It should be illegal to not accept legal tender. Exactly. I 100% agree. But it's like, you're not going to put a CT scanner in a fucking shopping cart. That's insane. A CT scanner is like $1 million a pop. Like, you're going to spend $1 million per shopping cart. You're going to have the smallest CT scanners on the market today anyway are the ones that scan your carry-on bags when you go through the checkout, or when you go into the passenger. You know the thing, like, you go into it's like a big scanner, right? This. You like walk through it and you raise your arms up, and the guy's like, hold there, and then the thing whirs around you, and then you go through. That's like the body scanner. But the thing that, like, the trays that you put your keys and shit in, and like your bags, like those scanners, those are the smallest CT scanners in existence today. You know what I mean? And they're trying to, what are they going to do? Put this technology in a shopping cart? I don't understand what the fuck they're trying to get at here. It doesn't make any sense. I do recall that boxes for food and such have been getting QR codes on the faces. Faces? What do you mean on the faces? I don't know what that means. But the thing is, notice I said X-ray. You can't bombard a food product with X-rays. Like, you can't irradiate a fucking food product. Like cereal. Oh, gotcha. This is, by the way, like different from MRI machines. MRI machines are magnetic resonance images that are based off of solenoid electrical coils. Anyway, I'm not going to get into it. But yeah, like, to me, like, what I'm basically trying to say is that the technology that they're describing here, as far as I know, doesn't exist. You know what I mean? And I know it doesn't exist. This AI visual scanning technology, it's not a real thing. So, like, of course it has to be 1,000 Indias just, like, spying on your shopping cart. That's the only way this could work. You can have irradiated food if the person is on the Gandhi diet. Yeah. Kellogg's is introducing a new type of printed code called Navilens on its special case cereal boxes, which can be easily read from up to 3 meters away when the phone is pointed in their general direction. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that kind of, that's, again, that's just, because, you know, like, I bring back the, I'll use my fault page here. Actually, let me get a new page. Each one of these reaction streams is going to start requiring, like, a half a ream of paper. But yeah, like, barcodes, it's literally based off of light absorption and refraction patterns. So you have, like, black, white, black, you know, thick black, thick white. And it's like, it's the pattern of light refraction that the thing is reading that tells it what it is, essentially. So they're developing, like the Naviscan thing, they're developing technology where like these kinds of patterns and stuff can be detected from a much greater distance, essentially. Oh, I'm blocking it. Damn it. Sorry. I'm not really drawing anything, honestly, but I'm just drawing like a barcode sketch here. But it's based off of the refraction and of the beam hitting dark versus light parts of the barcode, and it's the pattern that, because what it is like, actually it's like this. Oh shit. It's like this. This is basically what it's doing. Each one of these, I'm gonna get rid of this. You've got a bunch of equal width columns, essentially. And the barcode does this. I'm going to color these 3 dark, these 2 dark, this 1 dark, right? And you have like a whole, it's a whole bunch of rows of this, basically, that produces this barcode. And so what it's doing is it's reading like, okay, 3, 1, 2, 1, it's reading the back and forth, essentially, to determine the unique pattern. That's how a barcode works. And so this Naviscan thing, the Navilens, it's basically developing technology to be able to detect these kinds of patterns from like a much longer distance away. So yeah. That's it for drawing. Again, the 2 things that I could explain with drawing that I will only draw them if you want me to. I can explain the physics of tsunamis, and I can draw you how MRI machines work, but only if you want me to. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Instead of building the model, I'm just gonna draw. Shall we have the world war end? I don't know. It's gonna be a rapture event. I'm a Christian. Draw me like one of your Frenchmen. Oh man. Okay. Let me see. What are we gonna do next? That. This is a fun one. Bring this up. There we go. Okay. From salon.com. Men punching random women in New York City. A desperate last gasp of the male rage fueling MAGA. I mean, yeah, downtown New York, a bastion of MAGA voters. Am I right, chat? This is MAGA is all over downtown New York. Oh my god. Men are punching random women on the streets of New York City. Well, that's because you arrest the people. In New York, you have decided that you would like to arrest people for bothering to help people in distress. Like that guy on the subway who subdued the homeless psychopath with like 2 very diverse friends. And they got in trouble for it. When that kind of shit happens, it kind of disincentivizes people to help out, As usual with these kinds of diffuse and chaotic stories, there's much that is unknown, including how often this is happening, how many people are involved, or whether it's all coordinated. Remember the that TikTok thing that happened many, many years ago? I don't know how many years ago. It was the knockout game where they would just like run up behind random old people and just knock them out with like a sucker punch. You remember that shit? What we do know is already alarming. CNN reports that dozens of women have discussed being victims on social media and informally interviewed 6 of them. NBC News reports there have been at least 3 arrests. CBS News reports that NYPD released images last week of a 4th man wanted for allegedly punching a woman in Union Square. Even reality TV star Bethany Frankel, I have no fucking clue who that is, says she's been victimized. Yes, what's happening in schools, and this is thought to be an escalation what we found recently on this. It's apparently being organized on incel forums. Okay. Women report being assaulted by men of different races and ages. Still, across the different stories, a couple of similarities pop out. The alleged victims are mostly young and pretty, and most of them say they were minding their own business when they were attacked. Some were on their phones or reading on tablets. Again, this sounds like the knockout game. Others were speaking to friends or daydreaming. Just walking down the street, daydreaming? What the fuck? Whatever they were doing, they were just living their lives. And that, it seems, is what enraged their assailants. Well, I don't think that's what's enraging them. It's just, it just makes you look distracted and focus on something else that's not in your peripheral vision, which makes you a prime target for something like this. It's not causing the rage, though. Come on. Whatever the scale of this problem eventually turns out to be, it's not surprising that these stories have gone viral and captured the public's imagination. Well, it's not the public's imagination, it's the public's realization, because they're realizing this shit is actually happening, you fucking nincompoops. While it rarely turns to violence... Wait, what? It punching women in the face rarely turns to violence? What the fuck? Who wrote this psychotic nonsense? What the fuck? Most women who spend much time walking around in public have experience with men who berate them for paying attention to something other than the man who is now, often out of nowhere, spewing invectives. In our modern era, that often manifests with men who are infuriated at women for looking at their phones. But I'm old enough to remember when I would get yelled at for reading books in public. Okay? Want more Amanda Marcoux on politics? Obviously not. If I ever go to New York City, I'm going to pretend I'm in prison. I mean, that will probably do you pretty good. And you can... Well, actually, it's New York. Are you allowed to arm yourself in New York? Whatever the excuse the angry man concocts, the impetus is always the same. The eyes of a woman are directed at someone or something that is not him, and he is indignant over it. Man, there is a lot where this is getting completely pulled out of their asses. Like this is some next level mind raiding shit right here. Just kind of, you know, dumb old menopausal woman, you know, armchair fucking psychology going on right here. Let's see. Where was I? Take it over. So he will make sure she has no chance but to look at him. I guess with one eye shut. Either by getting in her face or, in these alarming New York cases, punching her. If he cannot capture her adoring gaze, well, he will make her stare at him in fear. What the fuck? This woman has got, like, she has one perspective that she, like, views literally everything through. You know what I mean? Like everything is a projection of her own, like, weird fantasies. I think it's just people being assholes, and, like, the most vulnerable people are girls who look like they're distracted. So of course they're going to be the targets. Like, she's going into this, you know, this sexist male gaze, this, you know, 2012 bedroom feminist era trite. It's fucking pathetic. These stories... Oh, here we go. This is where we're getting into the MAGA stuff. These stories resonate as well. With who? Nobody's happy that these women are getting punched. What? Because the nation is having a moment of an increasingly unhinged male fury at women for daring to have lives that are centered around something other than catering to a man's every whim. Unleashed by Donald Trump. Here we go. Here we go. We're coming out of the we're coming out of the trenches, chat. We're going for it. We're gonna take that ground. We're charging into no man's land now. Unleashed by Donald Trump and the MAGA movement, there's an upswell of loud male entitlement shouting at us from every corner. What can I say? You can't. Oh my gosh, they're bringing up Jordan Peterson. Is this an SEO article? I'm starting to wonder if this whole thing is written for SEO because they're just name dropping all these popular people. We see it in the male fans of Jordan Peterson clamor to his events to hear him croak out a just so story about how lobsters justify their faith in male dominance. Are you seriously bringing up the lobster thing? That was like pre-pandemic, bro. Like, get some new material. Or the rise of trad wives online who make a living pretending they're unemployed and housebound. Or Ben Shapiro setting fire to a Barbie doll because he can't stand that a blockbuster comedy starring a woman is about anything but her quest for male affection. That's not why he torched a Barbie doll. Although I will agree that his review of Barbie was cringe. Or MAGA pundits telling lies about birth control. Oh, that's a recent thing. Those are not lies, by the way. Birth control really fucks women's hormones up. In fact, there's actually a movement right now amongst women in the United States and the West in general to not use birth control. There's so many other options that don't fuck up your hormones and fuck up your system. You can use IEDs, for example. There's so many things you can do besides like really fucked up stuff to your hormones to mitigate pregnancy now that a lot of women are like, yeah, I'm not going to do this birth control thing. I'm going to do this other thing that accomplishes the same thing. In hopes of tricking women into having babies before they're ready. Better than having careers before they're ready. Or conservatives writing op-eds that blame women for male loneliness. No, well, women are, there's a women's loneliness epidemic as well. I mean, obviously, it goes to show, like, it makes sense. If one side is having a loneliness epidemic, the other side must inevitably also be having a loneliness epidemic. Like, they kind of go hand in hand. Let's see. Telling women they must self-sacrifice to relieve male pain by marrying Donald Trump voters. It is true though that there's a lot of women who like to tout all the feminist stuff about the kind of men that they wish or the kind of person that men would be like in these days, which is like showing your emotion, sharing your feelings, and being vulnerable, yada yada yada. But deep down they know that's a lie. Get behind closed doors and they're like, no, I want like a stoic man who will protect me and provide for me and who will fuck my brains out and turn me into a pillow princess. Like, and the reason is because these feminist lefty loopy women, they surround themselves with male feminists who tout the same thing, but they're basically engaging in cuddlefish behavior, where they basically their mating strategy is to deceive, but they're realizing that all of the men that they surround themselves with that portray the characteristics that they say that they want, they don't want to date them at all. And so they end up going to rodeos and shit and finding, hot, stoic, conservative men and falling in love with them. And that's happening more and more these days. It's pretty fucking funny, actually. Gut punchies. Yeah. Well, you got to get him in that solar plexus. That's what you got to get him. Let's see. Where am I? or right-wing men yelling because, oh my god, this whole article, look at this paragraph. This paragraph is fucking death by hyperlink. Jesus. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 7 hyperlinks in this fucking paragraph. Jesus. This whole thing is just an ad for their other shitty articles. Or right-wing men yelling because Taylor Swift has cats. Or because she dates a hunky, vaccinated NFL player instead of, I don't know, having babies with a guy in ill-fitting cargo shorts. Dude, I'm sorry. But country boys, conservative guys that like are in the suburb and stuff like that, they wear jeans. That's what they wear. It's the metrosexual bugmen that wear like cargo shorts or like they'll wear like danger colored shorts. They'll wear like pink shorts and green shorts and shit like that. This is such a massive projection. Oh my god. The word backlash, in reference to the famous Susan Faludi book that chronicled the dramatic recession of women's rights and status in the 80s, which erased much of what was gained by the second wave of feminism, gets thrown around a lot. And these things indeed tend to be cyclical. The late 90s, early 2000s was another backlash period as the rise of Limp Bizkit, George W. Bush, and trucker caps eclipsed the relatively feminist mid-90s. What the fuck does any of this have to do with anything? Again, I swear this is an SEO article. She keeps talking about babies are yeah, man, she sees that wall and it's getting pretty big pretty fast. But I think this is an older lady already. I think this author, this Amanda Marcoux, I think she's an older lady already. But there's one big difference between the male tantrum we're experiencing now and the backlashes of old. This time, women aren't really playing along. Oh, women are rising up. Oh, a few, maybe, especially if they can get a piece of that sweet trad wife income. But in the past, backlashes tended to draw large numbers of women along, or at least convince them to silence their opinions lest they be labeled a man-hater. In the more conservative parts of the country in the early 2000s, it manifested as widespread shaming of women for having sex before marriage, from abstinence-only education to purity rings, but it wasn't great in more liberal areas where women put up with hipster sexism to get the prize of being called a cool girl. Oh my gosh, this is just fucking... this fucking feminist word salad, I swear to God. Backlashes tend to draw large numbers of women along, or at least convince them to silence their opinions lest they be labeled a man-hater. Is she just calling these women pick-me's? Is that what she's doing here? It wasn't great in more liberal areas where women put up with hipster sexism to get the prize of being called a cool girl. Yeah, she's basically just describing pick-me's. It's like, oh, I'm a woman and I want to have a healthy, happy family life. Pick me. Oh no, what a horrible thing. Now there just seems to be much less interest among women in placating men by silencing ourselves or compromising on basic rights. All the male bellyaching about Barbie and Taylor Swift did nothing to dent ticket sales. Roe v. Wade was overturned, and instead of scaling back our claims to our own bodies, women revolted, organizing ballot initiatives around the country to protect abortion rights. Polls show that while young men might be backing Trump in large numbers, young women have not been browbeaten out of voting for Democrats. Just last week, a women's college basketball game between LSU and Iowa became the highest-rated college basketball game in ESPN history. I bet it still lost money. Actually, it does. I mean, it's college. College is a different animal altogether. I don't know. Look her up. Check if she has kids. Maybe her clock ticked out. Probably for voting for a group. Yeah, it's compromising on basic rights. I mean, this paragraph comes across heavily like coping. Like I say, like, oh, we're not interested in women placating men by silencing ourselves or compromising on basic rights. This is like the women. This is like the women's version of MGTOW, and a lot of this is where a lot of the women's loneliness epidemic comes from. Anyway, these are the people who call their dogs like their kids, shit like that. They refer to their dogs as fur babies, you know, shit like that, where they're like humanizing pets. It's like, you can't tell me that isn't a loneliness cope, that isn't a cope with the fact that you hit the wall and everything that you believed has been a lie, and you can't turn back time, and you're just fucked. You're completely fucked because you realize that you've been lied to your whole life about you can have it all, girl. You can go be that high status lawyer and own the world. You can make all the money in the world, and you can fuck all the hottest guys in the world. You can do it all. And turns out you fucking can't. Nobody can. And there's a lot of women right now that are wising up to that fact. The rise of MAGA is fueled by misogyny. Really? It's not fueled by the massive invasion at the southern border. It's not fueled by ridiculous inflation rates. And don't give me that shit about, oh, it's down to like 1 to 2% again. It's like, motherfucker, I'm gonna draw again. Fucking drawing again, god damn it. Inflation was like this. And then during the pandemic, it went like this. And now it's like this again. You're telling me that because this is a shallow line, that this steep incline is no longer a problem. Fuck off with your inflation is back down to normal again. I'm still paying $6 for a gallon of milk because of this fucking incline, which hasn't been mitigated yet. Fuck you. Yeah, that's not fueling MAGA. Gen Z watching the government print hundreds of billions of dollars to send it across the world to a corrupt country like Ukraine to fund an endless war. Meanwhile, they can't move out of their parents' fucking house in their 20s because the price of rent is like $3,000 fucking dollars, and a down payment on a goddamn house costs 80 fucking grand or some shit like that. That's not fueling MAGA. Fuck this fucking cunt. How about that? But it's less a backlash than a tantrum. Now, I just fucking gave you a tantrum, you fucking cunt. A rage explosion by men who want to restore their dominance, but fear that this time women won't buckle to their bullying. Oh, they're bullying. Oh, you're an anti-bully warrior. Ooh, you armchair keyboard warrior cunt. How about this? I'm done with this fucking article. How about you just go take all your cats and fuck off to a swamp and then die? How about that? At least become the crazy swamp lady from The Simpsons, because at least she's funny. Because this shit is fucking worthless and you have nothing productive to offer to society. Fuck you, Margot. You're a cunt. I'm fucking done. Don't send her down here. We don't want her. Just feed her to the crocodiles or alligators or whatever the fuck. Alright, I'm done with that shit. God, these fucking people piss me off, man. I fucking can't stand these people. These people that project their super narrow fucking world, warped, retarded, childish worldview onto every fucking topic. It's so fucking stupid. Or the FISA warrantless searches being continued and not allowing the member. Yeah, like that's not fueling MAGA. Oh my god, these fucking people. Hang on, I'm gonna turn my screen back up real quick. This is the top comment under the article on post on Twitter. This is MAGA country with the two guys who executed the Jussie Smollett hoax. Hang on, this might be interesting. Not only is this one of the worst written articles that I've ever had the misfortune to come across, You know that the entire premise is a complete and total fabrication, and you decided to run it anyway because narratives. Gleefully awaiting your imminent bankruptcy. Yes, applause. I'm gonna like that. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Here you go. Here you go. Fuck you. Learn to code, cunt. Oh my god. Okay, we got a couple. Let's react to a couple more things, and we'll call it a night. Let's see. Obviously, this night hasn't worked out for the model building. I gotta figure out some way to make the model building entertaining. I might have to make it a collab stream, where it's just like me and another person just chatting, and I'm building the ship. That might have to be how it's done. Okay, we could cover the master of the TDS uncovering all of the bots being used by like media corporations and stuff like that. We could go over that. You got something already about the Eclipse? Throw it in the React thread. What else we got? Journals have gone insane. Oh, that could be a fun one. Since we're going off of the retarded feminist shit. Yeah, let's stay on theme here. Let's go to this. Here we go. Journalists claim Stellar Blade is, quote, killing women. I know this is about a week or so old, but this is fucking funny. So let's go over this one. It's the second from the bottom. Cool. I'll get to it.
Hey, what's up, guys? Right here. So it's a bright sunny day. I got a fresh cup of coffee next to me and another round of game journalists to laugh at. How could things get any better? Now, of course, you guys know.
I mean, there are a few pleasures in life more cathartic than dunking on game journos.
The hysteria surrounding Stellar Blade, in particular the design of its main protagonist, Eve, and despite the fact that this character is based on a 3D scan of a real-life Korean model, a bunch of weirdos on Twitter have openly admitted that they can't stop thinking of children whenever they look at this video game character, which is very odd, but it's not...
I swear to God, there's two key accusations that I see coming out of the pro-uglification crowd. One is, and they're both name calling. One is you're a porn addict, and the other is you're a pedophile. Those are the two main accusations / arguments that I see coming out of the pro-uglification side. Which, I have to say, when it comes to the pedophile thing, I honestly think that that's because the last time that they were in any way aesthetically pleasing was when they were a kid. When they were basically a normal kid. And the moment they grew up, they became ugly. And so, because of that, when they see beautiful things, they can't help but equate it with underage people. That's like their knee-jerk thing. Look at oh man, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find it. There was that interview, that Man on the Street interview that pro-uglification dude did in New York, where he was like interviewing people and like showing them pictures of Eve and be like, "What do you think of this character?" And the two poster children for that video were like these two morbidly obese, just absolutely blob people, who had danger-colored hair, horrible fashion sense, and looked like they had just went for a deep dive into a fishing tackle box, with how many piercings were all over the face. Like, the kind of people that seem to go out of their way to be like the ugliest kind of person imaginable, you know? I can't stop thinking about children when I see her either. I put a baby in that. Well, that's the thing, though. It's that this is such a cultural thing. Because, like, Asian people look younger than they are at pretty much all times until they hit the age of, like, 60. And then they immediately switch to looking like 20 to 30 years older than they actually are. But, like, Asians in generally have a much more youthful look to them than any other race of people. And not only that, but they also the face is the one thing that they actually like significantly changed from the body scan of the because she's like a Maxim supermodel, right? And her body is they modified it like a little tiny bit here and there, but for the most part, it is like exactly her body. But they did completely redo the face of Eve. Let's see here. You don't know the touch of a woman. Yeah, you don't know that. Oh, that's the other one. Like the porn addict is kind of like that's like a sister accusation to the incel one, despite the fact that like a huge portion of the people making these criticisms are married and have children. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm not one of those people, but it just goes to show you that like that's not a common denominator at all on the pro or on the anti-uglification side of things. But yeah, I really do think that a lot of these people like and that's the thing. Again, you tend to surround yourself with people who are like you and get along with you. So if you're like the kind of person who goes out of your way to make yourself as ugly as possible, you're probably going to surround yourself with people of similar mindset. And so you basically end up with this idea that like, yeah, the only people who are beautiful are like super young or they're like traffic. And this kind of goes into the porn addict thing. It's just like, they say like, if you want beauty, you want porn. It's like, no, we don't want porn star bodies. I mean, what we want is non-ugly bodies. That's what we want. You know what I mean? But the thing is, it's like, this is a normal human body. This ugly thing is what people see on their day to day. It's like, where the fuck do you go on your day to day? Like, what the fuck is your daily routine where you only see uggos? Like, do any of these people go to the gym? I go to the gym and I see like a half dozen, 7s, 8s, 9s, and even some 10s every time I go to the gym. Every time. And I don't go to Planet Fitness. It's like, what kind of circles do these people live in their day to day where they only are exposed to ugly people? It's baffling. Like they always say that it's like, oh, well, this reflects the world our world today. It's just like, what fucking world are you living in where only ugly people are in it? There's hot people in the world too. And hot people tend to get more attention. Like, it's such an obvious bullshit argument. Is what I'm trying to say. I'd rather get caught with terabytes of porn than get caught at Pride. Dude, Pride isn't about Pride. Pride is a kink and fetish parade. That's what it is. The Mirror is a harsh critic. You know what the Mirror also is? Well, the Mirror is a reality check. But this is like my whole thing. Like I have postulated before. We're gonna get back to the video in a sec. But I will say outright right now, representation doesn't matter at all. Seeing yourself in a piece of media doesn't matter. And the thing is, the people who demand representation know this, which is why every time they do get represented, they demand to be represented again and again and again and again and again, over and over and over ad infinitum. that is an admission that it's not actually doing anything for them. What does matter is inspiration and aspiration. And those things are based on behavior. And that can come from anywhere. Not just someone who looks like you. It is disgusting to train people to think that they can only be inspired by someone who is a mirror image of them. That is training people to think that the only thing that the only place where inspiration can come from is narcissistic impulse. That's what that does. And it's fucking disgusting. Representation doesn't matter. I will say that over and over and over again. Inspiration, aspiration matters. That's why we ask for ideal. Because we know we can't reach ideal, but we can aspire to become it. It inspires us to become a better version of ourselves every single day. Seeing myself in the mirror doesn't do that. Seeing myself in a piece of media doesn't do that. But someone that comes from any stripe of life, who behaves in inspiring ways, who does bold, engaging things, that can inspire me to become a better person in mind, body, and in spirit. Okay. I'm done ranting. Let's continue with the video.
Been just Twitter users. We've seen a lot of game journalists go after this game and its character designs, including IGN France. We talked about this the other day, where this author called Eve a doll sexualized by someone who has never seen a woman, which of course this statement would age very poorly.
It didn't age at all. It wasn't like we didn't know already. Because aging poorly indicates you make a prediction that turns out to be completely wrong. That's aging poorly. This is saying something that's just outright wrong with the knowledge of it, of why it's wrong, having been known beforehand. It didn't even age. It was just a lie. I looked up the Spawn, Static Chop, and Steve Urkel as a kid. Enough said. There you go. Well, like, honestly, me, bro, one of my absolute favorite characters. And one of the characters that made me like see fatherhood in a positive light was the dad from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. That dude is one of the best fatherly figures that's ever graced the screen. Like there's an episode where he does like a pool hustle thing. And the way he carries himself and the way he engages as a father is so fucking inspirational. It's so good. This is a show that was on when I was like 12 years old. And even at 12, I recognized how good of a father that dude was in that show. And he's a black man. Now, if I was prescribed to only skin color is what matters most, I wouldn't have been able to get any inspiration from him because he didn't look like me. You know? That's just another... It's just an example of why the whole representation matters crowd is insidious, narcissistic, and just fucking sick in the head. Will's uncle was the GOAT. Yeah, he was so fucking good, dude. One of the best TV characters ever.
When it was discovered that the director of Stellar Blade is not only married, but his wife is on the art team. And
she's fucking gorgeous. He's not just seen a woman, married a woman. He's married a beautiful woman. Like, damn.
Of Stellar Blade is not only married, but his wife is...
By the way, this is the woman who designed a lot of the characters in Nikkei.
On the art team. And when this was pointed out to IGN France, they would edit their original article with this snarky reply, adding this bit here, talking about the English-speaking mob. Well, as it turns out, that was not the only journalist from IGN France having a meltdown over Stellar Blade. As
Who the fuck even knew that IGN France was a thing? Like, what? Like, honestly, who fucking cares about IGN France? And it's like, oh, the French. Again, who cares? It's like the Chosen One said on Kung Pao. They're French. Eve isn't mid, but yes, she is hotter than Eve. I mean, yeah. I mean, she looks... she's definitely more mature. And I will say, as a 41-year-old, yes. Although, wood applies to both of them. Eve is very mid. I would put her above mid.
pointed out by this user, Topic, who also provides some translations for this, they will show that another writer for IGN France was melting down over this character design. You can see their translated comments right here. So
what happened is that IGN France puts out this article saying that Eve looks like it was designed by someone like basically a basement dwelling incel who's never seen a woman, and then they got roasted and to the point where it got on the radar of the developer studio, Shift Up, and it's already like the #1 pre-ordered thing in like basically every country that matters. And IGN got spooked that they were like, oh crap, we might get blacklisted, because places like Kotaku and IGN have been blacklisted by companies before on getting early releases for games. And they were like, we have to apologize because we're actually risking our early access to what could be the most popular game of the year, or one of the most popular games of the year. So they issue this apology, and then the guy who wrote the article originally goes on this tirade.
Yes, no problem. Go tell that to the women who are hit, killed, denigrated, or commit game end because they cannot live up to the fictional standards expected by men.
Again, what the fuck kind of people are you surrounding yourself with to have these ideas? You know what I mean? Let's just use the 4 out of 10s being, oh, she's kind of cute. This is true. Western men have been kind of brainwashed into thinking below average looking women are like mid or even cute and hot, when it's just like, it's just not true. It's just wrong. I'm gonna draw again. Drawing again. The scale should be like this, like 1, and like what guys think. Like you give 100, you show a guys 1,000 girls, it should look like this, right? That's what it should look like. You can't. Come on, why isn't it showing up? 1. This is what it should look like on the scale, right? But it doesn't. Men in this country, actually, I think this is true of particularly of like metrosexual bug men who like live in the egg carton condos of like inner city places. Their graph looks like this. Their graph looks like this. That's what it looks like. It's like skewed to think that more people are hot and cute than they actually are. It's just not right.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Stellar Blade is literally killing women, according to this journalist.
French women, I guess, which is like, The English women might be happy about it, in fact.
Absolutely insane, okay? And also this idea that it's all men creating...
Yeah, that's also like, give me one name. Give me one name of a woman who has been beaten up, or like you said, game ended. I like using. Maybe game overed would be a better term for it. Game overed, because they couldn't live up to the fictional standards expected by men. It's like, again, this is projection. You want to know who does the majority of establishing beauty standards for women? It's other women. Who runs all the cosmetic magazines? Who runs all the cosmetic industries? Who runs all the makeup companies? Who runs all the fashion industries? Everything. Who runs all of that shit? It's all women and gay dudes. They set the standards. So, don't get mad at men. Or at least straight men. The saddest thing is this skewed skewed view fucks with a lot of women's self-esteem. It does. You're very much correct. And I think that women are pressured to focus on all of the wrong things. Like women are like told like you need to get this $200 makeup, and you need to get a lash job, and you need to get this $100 foundation, and this special cream, and that special shampoo, and all that kind of stuff. It's like, no, what you need is a gym membership and a push-up bra. That's all you need. That's all you need. Just hit the gym, stay thin, make your tits look nice, and you'll be fine.
These things, I mean, does it change your opinion if you discovered that some of the people on the art team for Stellar Blade are in fact women? Are you gonna blame them too? But let's keep reading through this. The problem is not the sexy design itself, except that it sucks compared to others. But hey, that doesn't matter. Well, it mattered enough for you to mention it. Also, insane cope, by the way. But they go on to say, but the percentage of males who will only want this type of fictional body in reality, obviously we understand that this does not shock people who think that women are objects who must obey and be beaten. This
Does he live in the Middle East? What? I have to say though, the problem is not the sexy design itself, except that it sucks compared to others. Is he talking about like 2B and A2 and like Bayonetta and or like what's the girl from like Heavenly Sword? All these kinds of characters? Because I'll tell you right now, all of those characters got the same fucking treatment back when they were first revealed. All of them. All the journals were being all Puritan about upskirt shots of 2B, or the ability to take her skirt off completely, all that kind of stuff. They were bitching about exploding clothes in Dead or Alive and Senran Kagura. They complained about all of this every single fucking time. So this is gaslighting right here.
This design makes us sigh and roll our eyes, and we laugh at anyone who needs it, man or woman, but that's it. The certainly clashing remark in the text, which targets the entire creative process, not necessarily a specific designer or the game director. This is obvious to anyone who knows a little French, only has this impact.
Why the fuck would anybody learn French? Things we do for men, huh? Are you not doing it for men? Yeah, exactly. It's Schrodinger's male gaze, right? They always pull out the whole male gaze argument bullshit at their convenience, and then they will contradict it immediately if it serves the narrative. Like, there is no consistency in this argumentation at all.
Because a good portion of gamers have become too fragile due to being fed the patriarchy. Ah, yes, the patriarchy strikes again, ladies and gentlemen. The first thing I want to ask...
Thank God for the patriarchy. You wouldn't have fucking anything. We'd be living in mud huts and eating flowers and shit if it weren't for the patriarchy. Fuck you.
This off.
Show me a successful matriarchal society. One. Show me fucking one. Can't. Because they all got fucking annihilated by patriarchies because patriarchies are fucking better.
Author, it's a very simple question. Are you okay? Are you okay? These are not the words of someone who is doing too well at the moment, okay? And I would ask who hurt you, but I think the answer would be the patriarchy, of course. But there's a...
Well, that and IGN... I mean, it's actually kind of incredible. It's actually kind of incredible that a game journal outlet actually issued a formal apology towards a game developer. That's pretty wild. Usually they'll just edit the thing out and they will, they'll stealth edit it. They'll go through the article, they'll change it, get rid of the line, and then they'll just add in the tiny fine print at the bottom, this article was edited, blah, 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 blah. And that's it. That's usually all that happens. But they actually came out with an actual formal, long-winded apology. That's pretty wild. That is not a normal thing to happen. And this is the guy if you're that guy, the one guy that actually happens to, like you're the author of the article, the one article that gets that apology treatment, I think he gets kind of snapped. To be fair, the Maori were doing okay for not having access to iron. Okay, fair enough. They're also on an isolated island. So, I don't know. I don't know much about the Maori. All I know is that the Rock is one.
There's a lot of complaining and outrageous reaches here, basically saying that the designs of characters like Eve from Stellar Blade are literally getting women abused is absolutely outrageous. But also, let's acknowledge something else here.
I yearn for that moment when a DV victim ends up in court. She's got a black eye, and her hair is all disheveled. Then the prosecutor hands her a doll. It says, "Show me on the doll where the Stellar Blade touched you."
It's not just women, and men have these kind of standards placed in media as well. I mean, look at video game character designs of male characters. What do they typically look like? They're super tall, masculine, with huge muscles, and people are unable to understand that this is not supposed to be a reflection of what you should look like. It's just this idealistic design that's included in these games because it's fictional. You can make them in these idealized versions because it's not possible in real life or easy to do in real.
Well, it's not just that, but this kind of comes out of the superhero trope, where like the body is a projection of the mind and the spirit. So, like a superhero who fights, evil, they have an indomitable and almost supernatural mind and spirit to be able to do that, and so their body necessarily is an outward projection of those traits. So this is why I always say like the way a person look absolutely matters in terms of how determining their mindsets, their attitudes, beliefs, and things like that. Because someone who is generally a motivated person, someone who wants to succeed as much as they possibly can, will typically find themselves inside of a gym bettering their bodies, because that's just one more way to do it. So when you see somebody, but then if you also see like a super jacked, 0%, body fat kind of dude, then you can also assume of them that's like, oh, they have an obsession. They have this kind of vain compulsion about them. You know what I mean? like your outward appearance says a lot about the kind of person that you are. And that's kind of a part of the ethos of superheroes, is that like that your body, mind, and spirit are all connected. So as you strengthen one, you must necessarily strengthen the others. Which is why superheroes have like these Adonis kind of bodies, because that is strengthened to supernatural levels along with their mind and their spirit.
Real life. But this whole thing is just very, very angry at Stellar Blade and making a very large deal out of this character design to a ridiculous point. However, IGN would do something unexpected. They would apologize for the situation. Now, of course, they wouldn't apologize for that previous set of statements from the other author, but they would apologize for the initial document that was uploaded to their site on IGN France. So here's what they said.
Yeah, he's doing this out of order for some reason. The Rock is Samoan. Don't mess. Oh, that's right. He's Hawaiian, right? Or is Samoan synonymous with Hawaiian, or is I don't know what all like the different ethnicities of the Pacific Islanders is. I don't know like how they break down particularly. But I don't know why Rev is going a little out of order here. He's talking about the apology to the language of the initial article, but that tirade he just read was the response of the author of the article to the apology. So for whatever reason, he's going out of order here.
Recently, IGN France produced and published a preview of Stellar Blade containing an offensive passage that should have never been included. The text has now been modified, and here's our official apology to the staff at Shift Up Corporation. And it would continue. The original text of the Stellar Blade preview contains statements that were out of place. They added, while it was never our intention to disrespect either Shift Up or any of its employees or their work, we recognize that the sentence taken in its literal sense was out of place and we regret it. Ultimately, IGN concluded, for anyone at Shift Up Corporation who felt personally targeted and insulted by this passage, we are truly sorry and apologize profusely. So here's the thing. I know for a fact that they would likely have never apologized or modified this passage if it wasn't for people on Twitter and YouTubers calling out this section. But you know what? It's something. Give credit where credit is due. IGN.
Agreed. Again, the fact that they actually issued an actual apology and didn't just stealth edit the article says a lot. I also think that it speaks to the fact that game journals and game journal outlets have lost a lot of power and influence since the Gamergate era, and they are aware of it. Right? You don't make this kind of groveling apology if you're not aware of waning power and influence.
And did apologize and modify that section, so at least there's something there. Now, here's some other news coming out about Stellar Blade, some good news. So as Niche Gamer here reports, Stellar Blade won't have microtransactions or hidden fees according to its developer. So he said this.
Fucking Chad. What a fucking Chad. Here's the game. All of it. One price. Done. Next game. Night, Cornell. Hope you have a good night. Thanks for coming by. Hawaiian, Tongan, Maori, Samoan, Fijian, and a few others make up the Polynesian peoples. Again, I'm ignorant to the breakdown of the Pacific Islander ethnicities and Polynesian stuff. I like their tattoos though, pretty cool. Legal also probably called. Maybe defamation in Asia is broad, but it came from France. That's the thing. Like I don't know. Does France have strong defamation laws? I know that the United States has some of the most lenient, probably the most lenient defamation. Like it is so hard to acquire damages from defamation in the United States. So damn hard. I don't know. I don't know how like the international aspect of it. Shift Up is Korea. Yeah, I know like in Japan, they're much more strict about it. Like if you're a tourist in Japan, you can't just take pictures with your phone of anybody. can't do that. Like, and your phone, you have to turn on the artificial camera clicking sound. You can't take the picture silently. It has to make a sound so that people know that you're taking a picture. Because they have a ton of privacy laws and dignity laws over in Japan. So you have to be like really careful as a tourist taking pictures over there. So I imagine the laws are much more it's easier to come forward and win a defamation suit probably in these countries. I don't know the specifics though. But yeah, I can imagine that legal has something to do with it.
We want to make it clear at this point that Stellar Blade will not require gamers to spend any additional money beyond what they paid for the package.
Notice that he called the customers gamers and not consumers or customers. They explicitly said, we don't... let me read it. We want to make it clear at this point that Stellar Blade will not require gamers to spend any additional money. Not customers. Gamers. That says a lot. That says a lot, actually.
The only exception to this is if we create collaborative costumes with third-party IPs. Those may be sold for a fee.
Oh, man. Can you imagine? How much you want to bet that Eve is eventually going to end up in a 2B maid's outfit? It's going to happen. Because the maker of Nier Automata is like a friend of the CEO of Shift Up, and he's like totally in love with Stellar Blade and Eve and everything. Like, you know that Nier Automata, and not only that, but they also know that putting Eve in a Nier Automata outfit, it's gonna make so much fucking money. It's like it's good for everybody.
Also, there is no new Game Plus in the launch version, but that will be coming very soon. This decision is a complete reversal of another recent big release, Dragon's Dogma 2. Now, if you guys don't know about it,
mid-game. There. Hot take. Dragon's Dogma 2 is mid. I haven't played it nearly as much as like Rosa has played it. But of what I have played of it, I'm already finding myself bored with it. I am actually enjoying my Rise of the Ronin playthrough more than I am Dragon's Dogma 2. So I am not super impressed by Dragon's Dogma 2. I think it's a mid game. Yeah. Uber Maiden has nothing to do with the microtransactions. Yeah, I don't give a fuck about the microtransactions. I don't care. Just the game itself is just a mid game. Like, I'm sorry, but the environments, there are no environments that make you go, whoa, that's cool. Like they do in like say a Dark Souls kind of thing, where like you go into a new area and sometimes you're just like, holy shit, this place is incredible. There is not a single place like that in Dragon's Dogma 2. It is just a boring, bland world. I don't know. I do know, but I'm not going to get into it here.
that was an absolute disaster with the amount of microtransactions that came along with that game. I'm pretty sure you have to pay a $5 fee just to move your character. Now, I'm exaggerating, but only a little. That's the crazy thing. I'm only exaggerating a little. But it's very clear that Stellar Blade is not going to be bogged down with microtransactions, which is something that I know a lot of gamers will definitely appreciate. But
the thing is that he's railing on the microtransactions only because Stellar Blade doesn't have them. You know? Like, it's not a big deal in Dragon's Dogma, but but in comparison to Stellar Blade, one game has them and the other doesn't. The game that doesn't looks better. You know? But honestly, the gameplay in Stellar Blade is more fun than Dragon's Dogma. Like, it's super stylish. It's fun. It's fast. It's just more enjoyable. Dragon's Dogma is a fucking sluggish as fuck game.
moving forward with all this positive news about Stellar Blade, it probably also doesn't come as a surprise that the director of Stellar Blade is actually a bit concerned about the public perception of this game in the West. In an interview, they were asked this question. Related to this, some Western media outlets have expressed their discomfort with the portrayal of female characters in Stellar Blade. Are you aware of these issues? Where Kim would reply saying, I know that in the West, game characters have to reflect realistic appearances in many ways, and that many issues like gender and racial diversity are intertwined. However, Stellar Blade is only a cultural and entertainment product. I hope you will keep an eye on this, as a fun action game has just been released. So
what a fucking legend. Oh my gosh, especially because all it's going to cause is more people complaining about non-issues and will prevent the game from ever getting fixed. Yeah, dude, Dragon's Saga 2 is not getting fixed. I'm sorry, but I've been primarily playing as an archer, and I made my pawn a thief. And I hired on a mage, that's mainly serves as a healer, and someone who like imbues the weapons with elemental things so you can kill ghosts and shit. And then the other person I hired was Jazz's fighter. And like, I don't have to do anything. I don't do anything as an archer. Like, as an archer, I contribute very little. There's like one big power shot that will do a decent dent, but it's not that much in comparison to like what the thief does or what the fighter does. It's like, all of these decisions are made on purpose. You know what I mean? Like, they clearly depowered and overpowered different classes, and the balance is so out of whack. There's no way they didn't play test this. So I only assume that they meant to be the way it is. In which case, it's never getting fixed because I don't think that they view it as being broken. So, interview questions framing I hate. What do you say to people that say they don't like X? Or some people claim X. Yeah, it's begging the question. It's leading. It's witness leading. That's what it is. Nothing specific as who is making the complaint or its validity. Yeah, they can just make up something and they can say people who say, when people who say is literally just that person. The base Dragon's Dogma was also fucked balancing wise. This game needs a Dark Arisen version. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I'm already checked out. I'm not going to finish Dragon's Dogma 2. I'm just bored with it. Maybe if they come out like a Dark Arisen version, maybe. But I'm kind of like you and like No Man's Sky. I'm kind of jaded towards it now. So even if it gets good in the future, I'm probably not going to play it. So I have zero desire to continue playing that game. I have no desire to platinum trophy it for sure. It's just boring. Sorry, it's just boring. But damn, holy shit, this is an amazing response. I love how he says, like, it's interesting listening to Eastern developers try to, like, explain the Western attitude towards game development to Westerners. Because they seem to have, like, this really, really basic understanding. They don't have any clue as to the nuance of any of it. So it's really interesting, like, seeing, like, have to reflect realistic appearances in many ways. It's like, again, it's like realistic appearances. It's like, bro, you scanned your model based off of a real person, and it's just like, like, does he think, like, again, realistic appearances, but like everyone's ugly? It's like, I'm pretty sure that at this point he thinks that everybody in the West is just ugly, and that's like a realistic appearance to us. It's like, no, it's not true. It's not true. We go across the whole spectrum. You know what I mean? It's just that these people are ugly people, narcissistic people who surround themselves with other ugly, narcissistic people. So, every direction that they look to the rest of the world is ugly because they just surround themselves 360 degrees by other ugly people. You know, so it's like that's a realistic appearance to them. It's like, no, it's not. This isn't normal. It's not normal for everybody to look like they've got a manhole for a face. It's awful.
Basically, what the director is saying is, please understand, our game simply exists as something that is a fun action game for your entertainment. It is very sad that someone, especially at a Korean studio like this, has to tell people in the West that their game is supposed to be for fun and not some political or societal statement on something. It's just...
Tell that to Neil Druckmann, who literally said, we don't use the word fun to describe our game development cycle. He literally said fun is not a word we use around here. I'm so glad that Neil is preparing to like duck out of game development. Oh my god, what a cancer. Just really fucking annoyed because I wanted to get better, and Capcom clearly is interested in fixing it. They put out a questionnaire about it, but nobody is talking about any of the actual issues. Yeah, I get that. Capcom, they'll like, maybe, yeah, that's the thing, like, they're getting yelled at about microtransactions and nothing else, so they're going to fix the microtransactions, and then when everybody yells about, like, the imbalancing and stuff like that, they're going to be like, well, what the fuck? Why didn't you bring this up before? You guys can't be pleased, and then they're just going to not do anything. And the game's just going to be fucked forever. So, I don't know. I'm kind of done with Capcom anyway after, you know, we'll probably go over it after this. But they recently did a whole thing about localization, and it's just like, yeah, Capcom is lost. They're lost. They have allowed a small cadre of Western cultural imperialists and vandals to influence their products way too much at this point. So,
just a fun game. That's really concerning that they have to worry about this and how it will be perceived in the West. And a lot of that is thanks to game journalists who are attacking this product and the character designs from Stellar Blade. But of course, as Mark Kern would point out here, while people are concerned about the Western journalists slamming this game, here are the pre-order lists, all the countries where you can pre-order Stellar Blade. So of course, if you stand with this company, its director, and its product, go ahead.
Now look at this list. It's United States, Japan, China, Korea. Is that Romania, Germany, India, UK, Switzerland, Finland, Czech Republic, Hungary, Canada. So that's like all of Eastern Europe right there. India, UK, Czech Republic, Hungary, Canada, Argentina, Turkey, Denmark, Brazil, Indonesia, Colombia, Sweden, Luxembourg. Who cares about Luxembourg? Cyprus, New Zealand, Australia, Norway, Poland, Greece. We got most of the Mediterranean countries as well. Obviously, North America, Netherlands, Mexico, and Switzerland. So, like, Central America is like the only country that isn't really represented there because they got Brazil and Argentina. Is Chile on there? Chile isn't on there. But yeah, it's like this game is gonna be fucking huge.
Head and pre-order this game. Let's show it a lot of support because Stellar Blade is definitely going through the ringer with all of these corrupt game journalists and wackadoos on Twitter who are trying to attack this game simply for having an attractive female lead.
And I will say, I'm gonna brag. I don't know if this is a humble brag. I don't even know if it's maybe a low-cow moment, but I did order both the deluxe digital edition of Stellar Blade, and I pre-ordered a physical copy of it.
But moving forward, Lunar here would report another finding, another game journalist lying about Gamergate and also the Sweet Baby Inc. situation. So Radio Canada, the French CBC, has put out a hit piece on Cabrutus. Now, if you don't remember, Cabrutus is the individual who started the Steam group Sweet Baby Inc. Detective. You can see the very simple message for letting people know if a game is involved with this company. That is it. He made that curation list, and now he's been spending a lot of time making content, doing interviews. He's doing a really good job. However, how would this article frame Cabrutus and who he is and what his role is and all of this stuff? No, they would not call him the guy who created the curation group on Steam. This is what they would call him: the founder of Sweet Baby Inc. Detected Movement and leader of the cyber harassment campaign.
Not gonna lie, cyber harassment sounds fucking badass. Hey Tuxedo, how you doing? I wasn't sold on Stellar Blade, but after seeing the demos, I might be convinced, but waiting for PC. Fair enough, fair enough. I actually support that to a degree, because I think that console exclusivity needs to die. There's a reason that Xbox games are, like, the majority of the exclusives are suddenly getting ported over to PlayStation. And there's a reason that PlayStation games are showing up on Steam a few months after initial release. As far as I'm concerned, PlayStation needs to start releasing stuff on Steam day one, alongside the PlayStation version. Because the console exclusivity market can no longer sustain the budget and breadth of these games on their own. They need to be multi-platform for them to survive. So yeah, I would expect Stellar Blade to go to PC at some point. But yeah, and that's the thing about the demos for Stellar Blade, is like, because originally everybody was like, it was kind of a meme, the whole thing about Stellar Blade, because it was just like, the whole thing was about how hot the protagonist was. And so when the demo was getting prepared for release, everybody kind of shifted and would be like, oh, please be good, please be good. It doesn't have to be amazing, it just has to be all right. You know, that's it. Please don't be shit. And then it turned out to be actually better than the vast majority of people expected. I even think that Rosa thought it was better than expected. I don't think she thinks it's good, but better than she expected it to be. It's better than a lot of other Souls-like, and I have to say, at least the combat has some style. But people were digging the gameplay, which was that really, really put a dent in the anti-Stellar Blade narratives. Because it's like, oh, look at that. People who appreciate aesthetic beauty also happen to be the kind of developers who are really competent at their jobs. Isn't that interesting? I said earlier about how the more DEI and woke shit you see in a game, that's an ideology that tends to attract mediocre people, because exceptional people who have talent don't need to rely on their identity to get by, because their talent can do it for them. People without talent, people without skill, will lean on their identity to get by. So these ideologies tend to attract mediocre people. So when you see that the fingerprints of the ideology all over a product, you can pretty safely assume that it was made by mediocre people who aren't very good at their jobs, and the product is therefore going to be of mediocre to poor quality. And then here you have the opposite. Stellar Blade devs appreciate aesthetic beauty, and lo and behold, they turn out to be pretty damn competent. Because the thing is, no matter your opinion on the combat system of the game, I don't think I ever saw a single person complain of a bug or a glitch or anything of the sort. The game runs like fucking butter. It is clean. It is very competently made. Anyway.
Yes. Ironic, because this same article, like every other article about the Sweet Baby Inc. situation, fails to mention the initial harassment campaign started by a Sweet Baby Inc. employee that started all of these events. All the dominoes fell with that situation, and they failed.
His name was Chris Kindred. His name was Chris Kindred. His fucking name was fucking Chris Kindred. That's the harassing piece of shit from Sweet Baby Inc. that started this whole thing.
To mention that in this article, and instead labeled Cabrutus as the leader of the cyber harassment campaign for simply listing off games that Sweet Baby Inc. has publicly listed on their own website.
I mean, it really is proof that you have to remember that these leftist activists, these DEI people, they use your vocabulary, they share your vocabulary, but they do not share your dictionary. They use the same words that you do, but they do not have the same meaning behind their words as you do. That's basically harassment to these people is anything that hurts their ideology. Any action, any speech, anything that goes against their ideology is considered harassment. That's how they use the term.
Absolutely insane journalism at its finest, ladies and gentlemen. But moving on, let's go back to Mark Kern. So Mark Kern has been very involved in this ongoing Gamergate situation, covering a lot of the related information, and he's had a lot.
So the guy, the creature in the bottom right of that image is Alyssa Mercante, who wrote the original Kotaku hit piece, basically running cover for Sweet Baby Inc. And Mark Kern and her have a beef because they're on the opposite sides of this thing. And so as an April Fool's joke, Mark made this mayor's announcement with the journalist. It was fucking funny. And remember how I just said that literally anything that goes against them is considered harassment? She claimed that Mark was harassing her with this. It's fucking pathetic.
A lot of back and forths, a lot of jabs exchanged between himself and Alyssa Mercante.
Also, would you have guessed that the creature in the bottom right in that image was a... If you get rid of the save the date, would you have guessed that was a man or a woman? Think about it.
Mercante Merchant, I don't know. Nobody knows how to say her last name, but basically he would make this joke on April Fool's Day, saying that everyone is invited to their wedding. You know, love conquers all, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see. But of course, based on the back and forth arguments between these two, this is a joke. It's an April Fool's joke, but there was one person who didn't find this very funny, and that was, of course, Alyssa, who encouraged her followers to report this tweet for, I guess, harassing her. Well, that's some pretty Weenie Hut Jr. levels of harassment and tolerance for this kind of stuff if you're trying to make people...
Look at this. Report this, please. Thank you. It's this fucking childish Karen. I swear to God. You know what? Alyssa Mercante actually would have won a lot of points if she just quote tweeted this and said lol. And just laughed at it. Just laughed at the joke. You know, get the stick out of your cat-covered ass and just laugh. Laugh at your own expense just once, you fucking depressing bitch. She could have made a lot of amends and kind of quieted tensions if she chose to just laugh at this. But no, she can't do it. She just has to be a fucking victim at all times, in all places.
Report this tweet of all things. Meanwhile, she has spent many times attacking Mark, making fun of his physical appearance, making fun of his age and other things, but this was too far. I mean, come on, let's be real. It's just because you don't like him and you want to see his tweets get taken down. Well, also on top of that, Mark Kern would point out that there was community notes suggested for his tweet. People were trying to add a label onto this tweet, including this one right here. Whilst an April Fool's Day joke, Kern is engaging in a continued harassment campaign against Mercante, which under US law is defined as repeated or continuing uninvited contact creating alarm, annoyance, or emotional distress. Now, of course, this note wouldn't make it because the community note system on Twitter is actually a pretty strong one and tends
It really is, actually.
to work out pretty well in the court of public opinion. Crazy notes like this tend to not make it. And
This is true. The community notes function on Twitter is the best thing on Twitter. Honestly, it really is. Rev actually does like he has a series where he just reviews community notes that he finds on Twitter. It's actually pretty good. But yeah, like the whole thing about community notes though is that if you get a tweet that gets if you post a tweet that gets community noted, it can't and the community note holds and doesn't get removed, it demonetizes the tweet. That's like the big thing about it. And also it's funny how like it acknowledges that it's a joke. It's like he can't control whether or not someone laughs at a joke. You know what I mean? Like, it's fucking ridiculous. Like, a continued harassment campaign, even if that were true, which is not, has nothing to do with a joke. Like, they're not related. It's so fucking stupid.
And there was other ones suggesting that this wasn't harassment at all. But anyways, that note would get knocked down, and of course his tweet would not get reported or in any way harmed by these false reports. But moving forward, let's take a moment to look at something else that happened that affected Mark. So he reported that there was a tsunami, an earthquake and a related tsunami that hit his hometown in Taiwan. So of course, he would take a break from talking about video game situations and drama to focus on this tragedy and to make sure that his family and friends from his hometown are okay. That seems like a very reasonable thing to do. However, the absolute psychopaths that are supporting these game journalists would use this as an opportunity to attack Mark Kern for being concerned about the lives of his friends and family affected by this earthquake and tsunami. Here's some of the replies. This user saying, "Hey Grums, I heard your family is living with SpongeBob now." This one saying, "Engagement farming his family's possible deaths. You made a 7 post about it, back to back, talking about taking a break, just letting you know it's karma. The KKK actually killed people." What is this guy talking about?
Yeah, what the fuck? What the fuck does the KKK have to do with anything? Also, the whole, like, sleeping with SpongeBob, it's like, yeah, circling back to the beginning of this stream when we talked at length about earthquakes, that person doesn't know how earthquakes work, obviously. Oh, man. Oh my god, look at this. Who lives in a swell at the bottom of the sea? Grum's whole family. Wow. This is like, this guy is just like, he's one of those cringy fucking reply guys who just like finds a popular account and just replies with, you know, bullshit on every post to try to get traction.
Then this one saying, "Who lives in a swell at the bottom of the sea? Grums his whole family." And this guy says, "Your entire timeline is quote tweeting this dude. He really got into your feels, didn't he?" Where they said, "I was hoping Pussy Boy would take the bait, but I guess he's too busy now with renting scuba gear." Yes, the normal people, ladies and gentlemen, celebrating the potential harm caused to his family. Because
remember, these are the ones who take the moral high ground. These are the ones who claim to have moral superiority over literally everyone else who isn't them. These people are narcissistic, like Gnostic cultists who have elevated themselves to God-like status, and they literally just look down morally on the rest of the world. These people are fucking low-cow psychopaths.
Because they don't like his takes about video games. Yes, the normal people. But moving forward, we've seen a lot of other tweets like this, trying to give their opinion on this entire situation involving Stellar Blade, saying, "Anyone else starting to feel awkward about liking Stellar Blade? The public discourse and perception is becoming a bit weird."
That's coming from your side, though. The weirdness, the perception, all that kind of stuff, that's coming from their side. That's coming from the pro-uglification side. It's not coming from the pro-Stellar Blade side. Anyone else starting to feel awkward about liking Stellar Blade? No. It's got a hot girl kicking ass. Why should I be awkward about that? Why should anyone feel awkward about that? This is an underhanded shame tactic They're basically trying to make people feel shame without using the word shame, but that's what this is. It's an underhanded shaming tactic. Don't fall for this shit.
Yes, I will tell you this. You should never feel awkward for enjoying a piece of media, in particular a video game, because of public perception about it. And in this case, people going absolutely rabid over the character designs and the fact that this game is a clash between what we're expecting with video game releases in the West currently. And I don't like how people think it's becoming weird to like this. Don't allow game journalists or anyone else out there to change your perception of what you should be able to enjoy.
Exactly. Don't feel shame over just normal, healthy, heterosexual attraction. The kind of attraction that keeps the human race going. Like, never feel shame for that. And don't let these people call you porn addicts and all that kind of stuff. Don't let these Puritans shame you into compliance with their weird, childish, morals.
The people being psychotic about the situation should not control the narrative, and I think it's absolutely crazy that people are afraid to say they like this game because of X, Y, or Z. At the end of the day, go enjoy the game, and I'm telling you, millions of people will, without having any thought of Twitter in their minds as they purchase Stellar Blade.
Just like Hogwarts Legacy. That game sold more than Call of Duty last year. And the vast majority of players didn't give a fuck what Twitter had to say, didn't give a fuck about any kind of moral browbeating from leftist Twitter, what did Silverville call them? Twitter freaks, that's right. Bring that back. From all the Twitter freaks, they just like Harry Potter, like hundreds of millions of people around the planet do, bought what is probably the best looking Harry Potter game ever made, played it, and enjoyed it, and felt no shame. Same thing with Stellar Blade. It's not going to sell like Harry Potter did, but the idea stands either way.
I expect the sales of Stellar Blade to be very, very strong and it to be a very well-received game. I mean, the demo itself is doing really, really well and has been praised across the board by people who want to look beyond just their own insecurity about the character designs and how it makes them feel. The people who actually play the game are saying the gameplay is really solid and enjoyable. So
even the IGN French article said that the gameplay was actually really fucking good. Like, even the detractors can't help but realize that the gameplay is actually good. Because they say in that article, after that whole thing in the French IGN article about, Eve being designed by an incel who's never seen a woman, they go, besides that, the gameplay is actually fantastic. And they go into it, and they're like, yeah, the demo's actually pretty damn good. Even the detractors recognize how good the gameplay is.
Expect the game to do really well, and again, don't let anyone affect whether or not you're going to enjoy this game or be able to say that you enjoy this game. But that's going to do it for this video. I hope you guys enjoyed another round of game.
Thank you, Rev. Always like a good Rev video. Reg's a good old boy. Let's see. That's also included for notes that simply add context, not correcting the tweet, which is a negative for the system. Well-intentioned tweet can get community noted and demonetized that way simply for added context. Yeah, that's true. I almost feel like they should have like a categorization system for community notes, be like correcting misleading information or, adding context or clarification, and then only like certain categories are like will trigger demonetization. Maybe that's, I don't know. Pornetic was the weirdest take. I think it was from the right flank, though. For Stellar Blade? No, it's not. For Stellar Blade, all of the porn addict, the porn addict accusation, the incel accusation, and the pedophile accusation are all coming from the puritanical leftists. All of them. I haven't heard anybody on the right, in mainstream right-wing media, like Daily Wire kind of people. I haven't heard any people like that even talk once about Stellar Blade. I think Lauren Chen made one video about it, and she's totally, on, you know, not calling people porn addicts and that kind of stuff. So, yeah, I don't know about that one, Tuxedo. Horseshoe theory is real. Oh yeah, I'm sure it's real. I'm sure you could find some puritanical Christians out there that don't like Eve, but I haven't seen them, and I pretty close attention to this shit too. So, but yeah, I mean, horseshoe theory is definitely real. It's just that the thing is that all of the institutions that have power in the gaming sphere, like all of them, they're all run by leftists. So you're only getting that side of it. I'm sure that there's right-wing extremists like puritanical Christians that think the same thing, but they have no institutional power in fucking anything, especially in gaming. So you don't hear it, So, and also, as a Christian, fuck them. There you go. All right, let's do. What time is it? It's, oh man, we've been going for almost 4 hours now. Let's do one more. All right. What's the last thing? Let's see here. I don't want to talk about that. No. That one needs to cook. We can do Lara Croft. There's Lara Croft going full, like, caricature woke. You can file your internet as a business expense. Yeah, absolutely. We can do the Capcom localization tweet. What else we got? We can do a Sargon video about bug posting. That'd be fun. Twitter freaks are targeting Silvervale again. Apparently, another, V-tweeter made a list of transphobes and added Silvervale to it recently. That's another Rev video. Mexican TV outlet accidentally airs man's testicles during solar eclipse. What the fuck? You know what? We're gonna do that one last as just like a palate cleanser, something to laugh at. Okay, we'll do that one absolutely last. I already talked about Hoggers. I think we already know about Silvervale. I will say that I gained a ton of respect for Silvervale after her after she came back the day after she cried on stream and basically she basically stood up for herself and her community and told the cry bullies and the cancel mob to go fuck themselves. And she basically coined the term Twitter freaks, which is actually mentioned in this video that I just listed out. But she basically realized that, like, if you're going to be someone who is responsible for a community, responsibility includes fighting for them. And it's like, shepherds have to fend off the wolves from time to time, And she did it. She kind of realized that. She bucked up and she fended off the wolves. And I was super proud of her for doing that. And, yeah, there's not a whole lot of meat on this video. I kind of want to do the bug posting one. I think that'll be fun. Because Sargon recently, he has been doing daily videos to his old Sargon of Akkad channel. Like, old school Sargon videos. Like, he's back doing his old school style content. And it's been pretty damn good. But I think those are our choices. We can either do Lara Croft going full woke, we can do Capcom localization, or we can do Sargon's video on bug posting. Can I make a poll? How do I make a poll? I don't know how to make a poll. I don't even know if I can make a poll. I don't know if I have enough subscribers to have the functionality to make a poll. Do I have to do it in YouTube? I don't know how to do this. Rosa, are you still here? Okay, can you tell me how to do a poll on YouTube? YouTube Studio? Okay, I do have to go into YouTube Studio. Has to be direct. Okay. Next to your chat. Engage with your audience. Start a poll. Ask a question. Okay. Eclipse. Add option. Let's see here. Bug posting. And or no. Start poll. There you go. All right, I'll give that a couple minutes. In the meantime, I'm gonna go get another thing of water. I'll be right back. Oh yeah, I always do. Oh yeah, I'm back by the way. Obviously, I always have YouTube Studio open. It just wasn't it was minimized in my tray is all. My background noise while I do taxes. Fair enough. I did my taxes today too, actually. Nice, almost done. Don't be afraid to start a fund if you need it, Rosa, for your taxes. Background noise while I suffer in Dark Souls 2. Fair enough, fair enough. I feel like a lot of streamers kind of fulfill that role of background noise while viewers do other things. I know that that's how I interact with streams for the most part. I'm usually doing... I usually have them on during work. So I can't like really interact in the chat too much, or I have them on while I'm just kind of chilling out playing a game, decompressing, or I'm making, thumbnails for, the next week's stream, stuff like that. Yeah, I absolutely have streamers use streams for background noise. Totally valid function. Okay, we got 3 votes. Like we got twice that in the chat right now. What's it look like? How do I know? Oh, here we go. Right now, Lara Croft decolonizes is in the lead. Think you'll be okay? Okay. No tax season hurts for streamers, so just don't be afraid to reach out to your community, Rosa. We got you. But I also know you like to be able to succeed on your own. So. Oh! Sorry, I I opened another bottle of fizzy water and it almost blew up on me. Okay. Looks like Lara Croft decolonizes. Is gonna be the winner here. I'll give it 30 seconds. 30 more seconds. $1,600 in business expenses and only just got to November. Okay. Because you have to remember, every game that you stream, you can write off. Every single one. Every game, every bit of software that you buy. Hell, literally anything you do to your computer, your computer can be considered a business expense. New mouse, new keyboard, literally any of it. Okay. I'm ready to pull. All right. Looks like people want to hear about Lara Croft going off the deep end woke. And then we'll end on a funny note with the Mexico testicle eclipse story, which is, there's 3 words I never thought that I would say in a row. Okay, let's see here. Bring up. I'm gonna scroll up a bit. There it is. Okay, this is a Melonie Mac video, by the way. So.
Us classic Tomb Raider fans have been.
So prepare for the edgy goth Christian GF of your dreams experience. Go.
Us classic Tomb Raider fans have been.
Why is it showing this? What's going on here? Hang on.
Us classic Tomb Raider fans have been.
Oh, I need to hang on. I'm in the wrong window. Oops. This is my first time, chat. I'm a reactor version here. So please be gentle.
Us classic.
There we go. Now it should be good. There she is. There she is. Melonie, by the way, is like the foremost authority on Lara Croft. Dude, this girl is 37, 38 years old. I mean, holy shit. You can criticize her for eating sticks of butter and going full carnivore diet, but Jesus Christ, it's fucking doing its job. Yeah, she's been around for a while. She's like an old school internet denizen. She used to be like she's been like an announcer for. She was an announcer for GameSpot. She was a Riot Games announcer. She was like a name that made her way through the industry before she left. Anyway, let's get into this. The video is called Lara Croft is no longer a Tomb Raider. This is on her Melonie Mac Go Boom channel. So here we go.
The Tomb Raider fans have been trying to tell you guys for years. A lot of you listened, but a lot of you did not, and gaslit us into thinking, oh, that's not true. Crystal Dynamics loves Lara Croft. They're not trying to change her. The new Tomb Raider games aren't woke. Well, here's some more.
I will say, I played all the 3 reboot the trilogy games, and it wasn't until the 3rd one that I was like, oh yeah, they really did just lie to us. She never really became she raided tombs, at least in the second 2 games, because one of the big criticisms of the first one was there's like hardly any tomb raiding in this tomb raiding game. So they added a lot more tombs to raid in the second and third ones. But it's like, yeah, she raided tombs, but the character that is Lara Croft, the Tomb Raider, with the dual pistols and the shorts and the tank top and the I'm just gonna get it because I want it attitude. That never happened. So yeah, they did lie. They did lie. She never became the Tomb Raider. She was this fucking, you know, mid-looking girl, wearing the title of Lara Croft Tomb Raider as a skin suit, doing nothing with it. So I think it's a bit skinny, but it could be her natural body type. Yeah, she is a very petite person. But like, I'm digging. I actually think this is a thing that's it's becoming popular in Christian circles. This tatted up kind of like emo Christian girl thing. It's becoming a thing in Christian circles, and as a Christian, I wholeheartedly approve of this trend. I fucking love it so much.
Proof in a new statement made about Lara Croft and
Also, Raven black-haired Melonie is best. Melonie.
how they're going to rectify her problematic past. She's no longer even gonna be a Tomb Raider. I've been telling you guys this. They have been setting this up for a while. Now, this is in regard to Shadows of Truth. This announcement comes from which, by the way, Crystal Dynamics has already...
Look at this fucking cover. Look, especially right here. Look at this. What the fuck? She's got two sides or blades for leg. This is not the most stereotypical woke, cringy millennial bullshit. Actually, this isn't even millennial. This is Gen Z shit. This is Gen Z woke right here. It's fucking laughable. It's so fucking laughable. It's like, this is my whole qualm with the whole like disabilities representation thing is that like these people who want it, they don't even bother to try to make it look cool. Like, there was a thing like a week or so ago where they were like celebrating like a D&D character that was like in a wheelchair, and it was just like a wizard in this fantasy D&D world just rolling through on a cobbled street shooting spells in like a modern day normal ass wheelchair. And it's like, what the fuck? You couldn't like bother to like first of all, you have magic, you can fix yourself. If you can bring people back to fucking life, you can make someone walk. But it's like, that aside, you know, disabilities in a high magic setting like D&D doesn't make any sense. Like, that aside, could you at least make the wheelchair cool? Like, what if it like transformed into like an exosuit that would allow the person to walk and like super jump and stuff like that? I mean, that doesn't sound really D&D. That's more like cyberpunky. But you get the idea that I'm going towards here. Like, they don't bother to make it look cool. Like, back in the day, they made Professor X's wheelchair fucking cool. It wasn't just a wheelchair. It was like this super futuristic hovering device. You know? It was freaking cool. Like, but they don't even try. They don't even try to make it look cool. Like this Blade Runner thing, like with these feet. Like, can't you? Why? Like, you don't even try. They don't even fucking try to make it cool. You know? There's an entire handicap accessible dungeon on D&D Beyond. Yeah, because that's what villains do. Villains, they want to take over the world and kill indiscriminately, but they sure as fuck are gonna follow the ADA Act of 2003 in America. You know, they're ADA compliant. You know, it's like, I'm a villain, but I'm not heartless. I know I'm not a leftist. You know, it's so immersion breaking. It's so antithetical to the concept of verisimilitude. You know, um, it's like these people have no creative bones in their body. They think this is creative. It's like a white girl, a vague, you know, a man of vague ethnic origin, a twink, and of course an overweight, because all black women to Gen Z, you know, wokesters are obese. That's just a given. Does she not have feet because she got a case of the sugar foot? Is that what happened? Did she, did she, that was a little spicy chat. But it's, okay, I'm just going to move on from that one.
Said everything that they're creating moving forward, partnerships, cameos, all that, it's a unified direction, and it's all going to be coherent with what they're working on with the next mainline game. And I've talked about time and time again with the remasters, for example, Crystal Dynamics did not like this. They didn't want to make it happen. It was Embracer who outsourced it and made that happen, because classic Tomb Raider goes against everything that Crystal Dynamics is trying to push for Lara Croft and for the franchise in general.
Yep. I mean, they used, even in the original Tomb Raider reboot franchise that they did, the original one, she had like a bunch of people on the island with her, and it was like a big black dude, a little Asian girl, a nerdy white girl, and like a tough black girl, you know, like a strong female character. She had a diverse cast of friends, even in that very first game. And it's just like, it starts with that seed, and that seed grows into the tree you see before you with the old, I lost my legs because I got the sugar foot because I'm a stereotypically obese black woman. Yeah, I said it again. I don't care. Yeah, it's these companies. They don't acquire the IP because they like the IP. They acquire the IP because it's popular. And then they take the thing that's popular and then they use it as a skin suit to mimic what you think it is, what the IP is, but they're actually just activists trying to infiltrate and destroy everything from within in order to fit their agenda. It's fucking gross. It's absolutely fucking disgusting.
That is why they added their stupid disclaimer to the remasters that they didn't even make. Right?
Oh yeah, this is the Aspire disclaimer that we talked about earlier, where Aspire made these baller remasters of the first 3 Tomb Raider games, and then Crystal Dynamics, the publisher, comes in and slaps this cringy fucking disclaimer on the front that's like, this game is a product of its time, and it's insensitive to native cultures and peoples and blah, 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 blah. We disavow and wholeheartedly disagree with this shit. You know, that fucking virtue signaling bullshit that serves no purpose. It convinces nobody of anything. It's never changed anyone's mind. It's never gotten anyone to think about anything. All it does is it makes the people who put it out there think that their farts smell fantastic. That's all it does. It's just a ritual. It's a ritual of narcissism. That's what it is.
Right? So if you want to find more of that, I have a lot of videos talking about this and giving more of a backstory about how they are trying to ruin Lara Croft and the Tomb Raider franchise. It's no longer about tomb raiding. It's more about protecting artifacts now, you know, with their respective cultures and respecting the culture. Lara Croft, who was created as a grave robber, a tomb raider, quite literally, is now just not only physically been transformed, but is also her motivations, everything, the entire premise of the game. And Lara Croft as a character are being transformed in a very terrible direction. Now, I've talked about this tabletop RPG game. I have videos about it if you want to see this. I mean, in the
Who the fuck is gonna buy this? Who the fuck is gonna buy a Lara Croft tabletop RPG that is constantly talking about decolonization and being sensitive to native tribes who are, number one, don't exist. None of the tribes that she encounters in any of the games are real tribes. And number two, they're not going to play the game anyway. Like, who is this for? This isn't, you know who it's for? It's for the people who made it, and that's it. Yeah, it's fucking pathetic. Again, narcissism. It knows no bounds. This is why when they list when people list the 7 deadly sins, the one that everybody remembers and it's the first one they say is pride. Pride is always like the first of the 7 deadly sins that everybody remembers, because pride is like a symptom of narcissism.
All the inclusion. Anyway, so let me pull this up. So we have Aimless Thunder, who took a screenshot.
Here we go. The spiel about raiding and colonialism. This is going to be good.
What's going on? What the heck? But let me just pull this up. Obviously, the Tomb Raider fan base is not happy about this, because you're changing everything. We tried to tell the reboot stands. We tried to tell them they're changing everything. Oh no, it's the same Lara Croft.
No, it's not. It's they might as well literally call it not Tomb Raider. Like Lara Croft, not Tomb Raider. That's what it should be called, because it's literally not Tomb Raider anymore. It's like before when I said in the originals she wasn't Lara Croft because she didn't become the character of Lara Croft, but she still raided tombs in those games. Now she doesn't even do that. Like, there's zero similarity between this Lara Croft and the actual Lara Croft. Zero. When you draw a Venn diagram, it's two separate circles that don't overlap at all.
Alright, so raiding and colonialism. Brace yourselves, you guys, because the cringe.
Well, the thing is that the irony is that they rage against colonialism, but their behavior and the way they act, they are ideological colonizers. Like, they literally take their ideology and then they colonize every IP, every medium, every piece of media, everything. They colonize everything with their ideology. They can't help but spread their ideology around like a fucking virus, like a cancer. And what does cancer need to survive and thrive? It needs a host. That's why they don't make new things. That's why they co-opt existing popular things and then destroy them from within. These people are cultural vandals, and they are themselves ideological colonizers. And yeah.
Will be real. What then is raiding, and how does it mirror colonial practices? See, this is the thing, is a woke company has no business. Now, again, this is the tabletop. People think that it's not going to have any translation over to the mainline thing, which is stupid. Crystal Dynamics has already been saying over and over again, she's a protector of artifacts. They've been setting this up since the original trilogy, and especially after that, or not the original trilogy, but their rebooted trilogy. They have been setting this up. We've seen it even with that Power Wash Simulator game, that they added the Tomb Raider stuff to it. They added some backstory and some, oh, she's auctioning off her artifacts to getting them to their respective owners and doing.
What? They actually did that? Oh my god. I knew that they did a 40K Power Wash collaboration. I didn't know they did a Lara Croft one, though. And of course, like, she's cleaning the artifacts to give them back to their rightful owners. First of all, that's a bad idea. And I'll show you why. Actually, let me look it up real quick. Which one? Let me show it. Let me look it up. Collector. See what it is. Here you go. Oh, that's not it. That's not it. Let's see. There we go. Show you this. Load. There we go. Bring this over here. Whoop. Stolen British Museum artifacts melted down or in private collections. Expert warned as list may top 2,000. Basically what's happening is that the British Museum is either giving or selling back or getting stolen from artifacts out of the museum, and it's being returned to their countries of origin. And you know what happens the moment it returns to its country of origin? They get melted down and sold for scrap or sold off to private collectors immediately. That's what's happening. That's why it's good that they're being stored in the British Museum, because at least the British Museum is preserving them and allowing them to be shown to the public. If the British Museum has a one-of-a-kind artifact that supposedly belongs to India, Indians can travel to the UK. They're part of the Commonwealth. Wait, are they part of the Commonwealth? No, I don't think they are. Pakistan is. But they could travel to the UK, go to the British Museum, and they can see the artifact. You know what? You know what they can't do? They can't see the artifact if it gets given back to India, and then India immediately turns around and destroys it for scrap money, or sells it to a private collector who has it sitting on his fireplace mantle for only him to observe for the rest of its days. So, you know, like, these artifacts are better off in the museum. Like, the British seem to respect these artifacts from all around the world more than their places of origin do. So I'm glad that they're in the British Museum, and I hope British Museum hoards as many artifacts as possible from all these third world countries that would rather destroy them and see them sold off for scrap. There.
Doing charity events now for these cultures that she's respecting. She's not stealing from them anymore. This has been set up, and it will play a part in the next mainline game that will probably become a colossal flop, and Tomb Raider will either be ruined with it and sold off again, or Embracer will just kick Crystal Dynamics out, work with continuing the remasters with Aspire and so on and so forth. Hopefully that...
I don't think that's going to happen. Embracer is a cancer of a company. Holy shit. What a shit show of a company. Like, you think that, like, Ubisoft and EA are bad. Jesus, they don't hold a candle to Embracer. Embracer's fucking awful with their IP. And she's 100% right here. Like, this is all for the tabletop game. But if you don't think this isn't going to bleed over into the mainline games, I got a bridge to sell you, you know? And again, remember as I said before, I will bet you that the next mainline Tomb Raider, if it's headed by Crystal Dynamics, which it probably will be, it will be filtered through a ton of woke corporate filters, and all the decisions will be made by committee, and the whole game will be just derivative of derivative of derivative with nothing original, no original elements, nothing. It's going to be boring, bland. It'll probably be buggy because, again, it's made by woke people, which means incompetent people. And now that consumers are hyper aware of this shit, it's going to be lambasted by the gaming population, and I actually think that she's right, that it will flop colossally.
Latter is the case. I don't want to see Tomb Raider sold again. I just want to see Crystal Dynamics fired from this. Crystal Dynamics has their hand also in this tabletop game. All this stuff, why would they approve this change and all this stuff if they weren't going to implement it in the next mainline game?
Yep.
Not only that, but like I said, Crystal Dynamics themselves have already been setting this up. So this isn't, only for the tabletop game. All right, let's continue. Raiding as depicted in the original Tomb Raider games and stories involves going to ancient tombs and historical sites of different civilizations and acquiring artifacts. It operates on the assumption of finders keepers that grants raiders with the means and drive to claim ownership of artifacts, regardless of whether they have any.
They're thieves. That's what they're supposed to do. It's finders keepers. This is what made Uncharted successful. You know, Uncharted was basically like Uncharted was, when it was first out there, he was referred to as the male Lara Croft. That's what Drake was. And what's weird is that then the new reboot games came out, and they were derivative of the Uncharted games, which is like this weird back and forth of derivation. But Uncharted never lost its identity. Like, he was always a thief. You know? And he never lost that. He never lost the fact that he was a thief. Even after getting married and all that kind of stuff, it's still in his blood. That's what the whole fourth game was about. So they're going in here and they're just completely wiping out the entirety of the canon right here, is what they're doing. It's really fucking gross.
Historical or cultural claim to the treasure. Later games released in the franchise.
I hate taxes based.
Of addressing this. See, this even is talking about later games, which the rebooted stuff, Crystal Dynamics, they have already worked on changing this by having Lara Croft acknowledge her past mistakes and try to understand and show respect for the cultures and communities she comes into contact with. She has also worked to reform Raider culture and raise awareness of her peers.
Raider culture? What the fuck is Raider culture? Like, come on. Like, we Raiders, we need to be respectful and not be thieves. I.e., we Raiders need to not be Raiders. It's so fucking pathetic. Watching these wokeists fucking squirm trying to escape anything from the past that disagrees with their modern woke opinions. It's fucking hilarious. I'd laugh if it weren't so pathetic and sad.
She's woke. Lara no longer decorates her mantle with mythic artifacts. As a raider, she prioritizes seeking out the truth.
What a cuck. She prioritizes seeking out the truth. It's like, this is so pathetic. I don't know what else to say. I don't really have much more commentary on this. It's just like, cause it's so bad.
Much of this game is inspired by her humanity, struggle with heroism, and her tenacity. We believe that all three aspects are an important component in creating a game that celebrates history and culture while acknowledging the respect and work required to live in a world wounded by colonialism.
You know what would have been cool? What if this tabletop RPG that was about learning about all these different cultures and places around the world, what if they just made a tabletop RPG that was focused on the Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego franchise? Because that's what that franchise is about. That franchise is literally about a detective agency who's focused on capturing the Carmen Sandiego crime syndicate. And they do so by globetrotting around the world, learning about cultures and using clues that you learn from the cultures to find the culprits and eventually capture Carmen Sandiego. That'd be a fucking great tabletop game. Are you kidding me? Why don't they just do that? And then they don't have to ruin the fucking Lara Croft franchise.
In this game, we seek to continue that work alongside Crystal Dynamics. See, so people who are just like, oh, but it won't be in the next game, oh, but it won't. They're working alongside Crystal Dynamics with this, and did you just conveniently miss what we just read here? Later games, they have already worked on addressing this. This has been in the works for so long, and we have been trying to tell you guys, and finally, it's written out in black and white right in front of our faces. You guys cannot keep, no, when I say you guys, not all of you watching, a lot of you know, but people in the community who...
Tuxedo, if you stream that, can I be a player? I want to be a player on that if you do that. Either that or I could choose not to file, or I could file for an extension to then file the same thing. No difference if I file late, not at all, or with extension. So I'd say kick and Rumble stream. Yeah, that's an option too, is to do it off Twitch. Don't do it on Twitch or YouTube. Do it on I would do it on Rumble, honestly. But anyway, yeah, I have done that in the past with taxes. I have like figured out what my number is, and then get an extension, file an extension request that takes it all the way to like October, and then save up that amount of money and then file the taxes. So it is an option. Most of my income is tax free, and my ETF requires the new K3, so I have to wait. Rumble, Odyssey, Kick would be where I stream at. Okay, cool.
Who have been gaslighting us, the reboot stands, all that. Oh no, that's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. It's happening. We told you guys the writing was on the wall the entire time.
Yep.
All right, we're working alongside Crystal Dynamics by creating a sandbox for you to tell stories that address colonialist themes in play and create your own stories of respect and support for the people and cultures your seekers encounter. Please let this be a colossal flop. Who is gonna support this anyway? I don't know, but I don't see most mainstream Tomb Raider fans doing that. Most of the Tomb Raider fan base are not going to want to support this. Now, let me also show just a couple.
Well, the problem, oh god, the problem with that though is that no industry, whether it be movies or comics or gaming, none of it holds a candle regarding wokeness to the tabletop gaming community. The tabletop gaming community is the most wokest of woke community out of any of them. They don't that community, they don't give a fuck about Tomb Raider, but they might support it just because they use buzzwords like decolonization and shit like that. But granted, I will tell you, this tabletop RPG that they're doing, they're putting it on Kickstarter. They're doing crowdfunding for it. I'd be really curious to see, because I don't think that any of the gamer community, or very, very few of the gamer community, is going to support it. But the tabletop RPG community itself might support it, just because they see it as a political, cultural, political victory, essentially. Like, they successfully colonized this IP, and this is like the flag to pin in the ground to prove it. You know what I mean? So we'll see.
Couple.
Jacqueline Notla. I wonder if she's the disabled black girl. Drive, conquer. Oh wait, never mind. Conquer humanity and birth a new age. Okay, that did not go the direction I thought it was. I thought this was the Sugarfoot chick.
Other pages of this, we've got Natla here. She is the main antagonist of the first game. Look at that. She, her. They got her pronouns on there. Curtis Trent from Angel of Darkness. He, him. They're throwing pronouns in this. This is trash. This is absolute trash.
It is trash.
Tomb Raider is in the hands of such a woke developer. And again, this is the tabletop game, but they are working in tandem with Crystal Dynamics, who have been extremely woke. I mean, just look at the main Tomb Raider social media accounts and stuff like that as well.
Hello, Parker.
Constantly posting woke stuff.
Nice to meet you. Welcome in. Welcome
This
in.
is not new. This has been a thing, and people have been delusional. All right, so here we have Aya who tweets this. They've redefined Tomb Raider enough already, and I don't need another bloody lecture about what immoral scum core design is from a bunch of spineless. Now, they're the original developers, for those who don't know. And of course, Crystal Dynamics, they acquired the rights for Tomb Raider after core design got fired, after Angel of Darkness did not perform, and one of my rings fell off. Okay, so... But anyway, that's what happened. Core Design, they are the real creators of Tomb Raider. Crystal Dynamics have done nothing but try to hijack and change everything.
Angel of Darkness had clunky as fuck movement. I couldn't stand it. I couldn't get through. I couldn't get past like the third mission because I couldn't stand the movement mechanics in that game. It was just so fucking clunky. But yeah, I mean, she describes it as a lecture, and that's what it is. Like, why would I pay a company? Not only to lecture me, but this is a tabletop RPG, which means I'm reading the content, which means I'm reading the lecture about telling me how I'm a bad person to myself. Why would I pay money to do that? Why would anybody do that? That's fucking insane. Like the pretentiousness of these moral. I mean, that's the thing. It's like we call it virtue signaling. We really need to start calling it vice signaling, because that's what it is. They're not signaling virtue. They're not signaling good things. They're signaling bad things. They're signaling things of vice. It even starts with the same letter. Like, why not use it? But yeah, that's what it is. Like, I am not gonna pay someone to get morally lectured at. Like, I go to church on Sunday, and I don't feel like I'm getting lectured or preached at. You know what I mean? At least not as much as these fucking woke scolds. It's insane how full of these people they are. Fill out your will next. Okay, yeah, I got that too. They're just looking for more money. That's all.
Even with the Legend Anniversary and Underworld games, while they aesthetically look better and Lara Croft looks better, they still transformed Lara Croft, her motivations. Now she's following her father's footsteps instead of, or trying to find her mother and all that. They added all this family drama and stuff instead of where previously Lara Croft was created as an adrenaline junkie. She is a Tomb Raider, a grave robber, essentially, for the sport of it.
Exactly. She was. You remember in the Batman, the Dark Knight movie, when the butler is describing the thief in the jungle, when he was in the military in Burma, and he says like the thief was stealing all these jewels. And then at one time when we were hunting them, we happened upon a village, and one of the people in the village had like a ruby the size of a tangerine, because the thief had just been throwing the jewels away. And he asked, "Well, why steal them?" And he says, "Well, for the sport of it, for the sport of it, literally just for the thrill of seeing if he could pull it off." And that's what Laura's character was in the original concept. In the later games, not the new reboot games, but the games before that, they basically added in like this whole like mysterious like legacy, like this mystery surrounding her father and like the circumstances of his death. And he like left like all these clues and stuff around the mansion, which like, and that's like the motivation she went to go find these artifacts, is to basically piece together all of these puzzle pieces to figure out like what got her father killed, essentially. So that right there, like before Crystal Dynamics even got a hold of this thing, her legacy and her character was tainted, So
She waltzed in these tombs, destroyed them, destroyed all of everything. She didn't give a crap. She didn't give a crap about the culture. She didn't care about, I mean, she found it fascinating and she researched it, but she didn't give a crap about preserving it. She cared about, I want this, it's mine.
Hell yeah. I want that back. I don't feel like I'm getting preached to as hard as when I go to churches when I'm listening to a leftist. Yeah, it's true. Like my pastor is way more humble a person than your average leftist. You know?
I need this. Get in my way, I will destroy you. That's who she was. She wasn't some, oh, I'm such a good person. That was not Lara Croft. All right, so, core design is from a bunch of spineless, creatively bankrupt weasels who would not be around today if it wasn't for the first 6 mistakes in the Tomb Raider franchise, which they try to pretend like, all right, and so we have a Tomb Raider tweet here that shares this British adventurer, Lara Croft, will transition from being a raider of tombs to a seeker of truth as Evil Hat Productions and Crystal Dynamics seek to redefine the Tomb Raider series in order to escape its colonial past.
Again, escape. They use the word escape. Like they're desperate to run away from this thing that they went out of their way to acquire. You know? Like it really does sound like this escape language. It really makes it sound like they're doing this because they're terrified of being chastised by their peers. Like I swear to God, this whole ideology is maintained by an atmosphere of fear amongst those who adhere to it. And this language really does kind of sound like they are like, yeah, we are believers and we feel like we have to do this. We have to do this drastic thing to remain in the good graces of people who believe like we do, but would otherwise terrorize us and ostracize us if we didn't. You know what I mean?
I don't know. It's just like I have been making videos about this for years, complaining about this, not liking the direction, trying to tell you guys, and a lot of you agree with me, but especially as I've showed more more stuff supporting my my opinions here and what was going to happen that we've seen Crystal Dynamics have been saying in interviews for years and years now. This is what the rebooted Tomb Raider games, they were setting this up all along. And especially as that they kept getting more woke as they kept going on with it. And I had hope when the rebooted games were first coming out. They kept telling fans, oh, she'll become the Tomb Raider, she'll become the Tomb Raider. And so we were hopeful. We were like, okay, we're gonna have fun with this journey and she'll get there. That's what our mindset. Well, then once Shadow of the Tomb Raider came out, and I remember that moment that I realized it's not gonna happen. I was invited to an early playtesting event with a bunch of different journalists and other content creators and all that kind of stuff back in 2018, I think, not long before the game launched. And so while I was there, they had interviews and stuff like that. And so one of the developers was like, yeah, where she will become the Tomb Raider. And what is a Tomb Raider? It's a protector of artifacts.
Oh, God. That's depressing. That's so fucking depressing. That's the thing, like, she, in the rebooted trilogy, she never did tomb raiding for the sake of tomb raiding. She never did it in the sense of her original intent of in it for the thrill of it. Like the first game, it's a survival game. Like everything is motivated by getting herself and her friends off of a very hostile supernatural island. The second game, I can't remember anything about that one. And the third game is literally about her like stopping the apocalypse that she triggered. So the whole thing is literally about rebuilding a civilization. There's no sense of tomb raiding competition or rivalry at all in any of the games. It's just not there. Like the DNA of Lara Croft is not in the reboot trilogy at all. And she is right. Like they strung the fan base, and I include myself in this, along all through the first two games, with that promise that she will become the Tomb Raider, and it never fucking happened. It never fucking happened. Which, by the way, is why Shadow of the Tomb Raider bombed. I like the first one of the reboot, not Lara Croft, but I did enjoy it. Yeah, I did too. I had fun with it, but I was like, this isn't Lara Croft. This is like Lana Craft or something. Like it's some like alternate dimension Lara Croft that's not really Lara Croft. But like gameplay wise, I enjoyed it. I thought it was fun. Honestly, I like the second one too for the same reasons. I just had to get it in my mind. It's just like, man, like this is not Lara Croft. This is Lana Craft. It's not the character, but the gameplay and the game mechanics were fine, so they were fun. But yeah, am I going to be around after I stream? Probably. But anyway, I think we're almost done with this one. We got about 4 minutes left in this video.
At that moment, I felt my heart sink to my stomach, because y'all know I love Tomb Raider so much. So
yeah, look at this. She's got like a life-size OG Tomb Raider doll in her bedroom. It's fucking amazing.
This deeply affected me. I was like, oh my goodness, I don't like what he said there. Are they really gonna change her into a protector of artifacts instead of a grave robber in Tomb Raider?
But she was already changed. So again, they changed her origin before Crystal Dynamics got their hands on it. That's the thing that people forget, is that like the true DNA of Lara Croft, honestly, besides the original trilogy of games, the only good like true portrayals of Lara Croft were the two Angelina Jolie movies. Like even the newest Tomb Raider movie was based off of the first reboot game. But the Angelina Jolie movies, they were about just a wealthy adrenaline junkie who wanted to basically get priceless artifacts before her rivals did. That's Lara Croft. That's the DNA of Lara Croft. Like the Angelina Jolie movies, both of them have that correct Lara Croft DNA in them, and they were great. They were great. That's why people remember them, and they don't remember the new one. Even people that didn't know anything about the games really enjoyed the movies and the person she was. Yeah, 100%. A thrill seeker with competition. That's all it was. Honestly, that's why people liked the Uncharted games, because remember the Uncharted games came out during the run of Lara Croft, like the middle run where she was motivated by by figuring out the circumstances of her dad's death. That's when Uncharted came out, and when Uncharted came back, it was just because it's just like, no, I'm a thief who is out to get El Dorado, and I've got this rival that I've got to beat to get it. And that was the DNA of the first two games, at least. The third and fourth games delved into his past more, but he still was a thief at heart. Like, they still kept that part of his character, despite him maturing more. It's like, they could have done that with Lara Croft, but they didn't. But I think that's one of the reasons that Uncharted was received so well. It's because, like, oh, this is like a male Lara Croft, like OG, best girl Lara Croft, it's just a dude. Plus the side characters were really good. So, like, Scully is iconic. Elena Fisher is fucking fantastic. Yeah. Anyway,
That she was created to be.
the way that Melonie is with Lara Croft is I am with Uncharted. By the way, I am like a diehard Uncharted fan. So,
she'll become the Tomb Raider. She'll become their Tomb Raider. She won't become the Tomb Raider.
that's a great way to put it. Their Tomb Raider and not the Tomb Raider. That's actually a really good way to put it. Caps off to you, Melonie. I will try to not get lost in your eyes as we continue.
Crystal Dynamics did not give us the remasters that we have been begging for so long because it contradicts what they are trying to set Lara Croft up to be. It's only because of Embracer that we got the remasters, and they are a direct contradiction to what they are working on in tandem with now Amazon.
Did she mean to say Aspire there? Because it was an Aspire project. I don't look how disappointed she is in this pause. She looks so disgusted and judgmental in this pause.
It is my fervent wish that Embracer ends up shutting this down. I don't know if they will though, because there is
it's not
with Amazon going on.
Yeah, they're not going to do that.
So I don't know how that would work.
Embracer is desperate for money.
Definitely would be the dream if they shut that down, close Crystal Dynamics down, and just focused on the classic remasters, and anything from there we'll see.
I would really love to see Embracer put the IP up for sale, like what they did with a lot of other IPs, because honestly, I'm pretty sure that this tabletop game is going to perform very poorly. That will put the game, because this is the thing about Embracer. Embracer is really quick to axe projects. But the thing is, I feel like if Embracer gets it stays in possession of the Tomb Raider IP, what happened to Deus Ex is what's going to happen to Lara Croft, and it's just going to be an IP death knell forever. You know what I mean? And I would rather them put it up for sale, because I'm afraid that it's just going to disappear into permanent obscurity if they keep it. That's what I'm afraid of.
Another studio, but otherwise, what's probably going to happen is we are going to see this Woke Raider in a new game.
Woke Raider, that's good.
But we've already seen from the leaks, and I've made more. I have all kinds of videos digging into this, including rumors, alleged leaks, so on and so forth. But the alleged leaks did tell us we were going to get a Lara Croft with a girlfriend now, and
of course she's gonna be in the Scissor Club. Oh my god. Of fucking course. Of course they would turn her into a lesbian. Of fucking course they would.
Retire, all this kind of stupid stuff. Which is just not Lara Croft or Tomb Raider, and she's gonna be a artifact protector, all that. And supposedly, from what I've heard from, and I've made a video about it, somebody who claims that he has a friend who's working on it. Again, take it as a grain of salt. I think that what they wrote was believable, but we'll see. So they're not necessarily going full on in that direction anymore. What we've seen from the alleged leaks, all of this is just obviously not factual. This is all speculation based off of rumors and stuff. But even so, they're still.
I mean, yeah, I was gonna say the trajectory suggests, like, why wouldn't that happen? Like, all signs point in that direction. So even if that wasn't stated, like, it's an easy assumption to make even without insider knowledge. Like, show me proof that it's not going to end up there. You know?
Woke angle to things. So there you have it for this video. Let me know what you think in the comments below. We really have to push back against this.
Thank you, Melonie. Yeah, it's a shame, and I'm going to be very curious about what the success of the tabletop RPG is. Because the thing, it's like, oh, it's Tomb Raider, of course it'll be successful. That is not true. No IP is safe. You have to remember that they tried a Kickstarter for the Riva lightsaber from the Obi-Wan Kenobi Disney Plus show. And they basically were like, we will mass produce a Riva lightsaber for people if we meet this Kickstarter fund. It didn't make half of what it needed. Didn't make half. So if Star Wars can epically fail in a crowdfunding campaign, you bet your ass that a Tomb Raider campaign can also fail. Like, no IP. If Star Wars isn't safe, no IP is safe. None. So, we'll see. We'll see. Star Wars The Black Series. I have a few Black Series figures for Star Wars. Put a chicken in it and make it gay. Is it really just speculation at this point? It's become like... yeah, exactly. That's what I just said, basically. Yeah. All signs, without any external knowledge, point to that outcome. Like, there's no reason to not assume that that's what's going to happen. So, anyway. Okay, let's do a little palette cleanser here, and then we'll end stream. So, let's see here. Let me hide this for a sec. Then, where is it? There it is. Okay. All right, let me share this. Mexican TV outlet accidentally airs man's testicles during solar eclipse coverage. Surprised it wasn't a pair of tits. They really like their news presenters down there south of the border to have some amazing tits. A Mexican news outlet is garnering ridicule online because it accidentally aired a man's testicles when presenting viewer-submitted footage of Monday's solar eclipse. Oh, that's how it happened. Was it a troll? RCG Media's 24/7 news program was covering the eclipse when its 3 anchors presented clips submitted by fans experiencing the celestial phenomenon, only to fall prey to a well-known prank. It was a prank, okay, in Latin America. The local La Vanguardia newspaper reported. As the male host was listing the cities from where the eclipse could be enjoyed, the clips being presented on the left side of the screen cut to a man blocking out the sun with his testicles. He was using his nuts to do the eclipse. What a fucking legend. I guess they just didn't screen everything. One of the two this is the thing though. It says, wait a minute. It says it's a well-known prank. If it's well-known, how in the hell are they not screening for it? Like, how to get through if it's a well-known prank in this region of the world? Like, how does it get through? I mean, I screened everything that I streamed today. Do I have better screening standards than a professional Mexican news organization? I'm a one-man show over here. Like, how does this get through? It's kind of wild. Hang on, Outlaw. Let me finish reading the article. One of the 2 female anchors could be heard gasping in shock while her male colleague carried on, ignoring the obscene image. The clip was quickly taken down off the screen, while the male anchor explained that the clips were submitted by viewers, as he admitted that the fervor to include fans' experiences can lead to embarrassing situations for broadcasters. Wait, do they not have a broadcasting delay? Again, I don't see how this ends up on public television. Like, you're on a broadcast display, and you should have people watching the videos before you air them. Like, there's so many filters that this should be going through that should never be able to get content like this to show up on like a major news channel like this. It is not uncommon for people to share clips of a so-called testicular eclipse online during a solar event, with such images previously shared during the 2019 eclipse in Chile. It's not uncommon. Even Motley Crue drummer Tommy Lee has gotten in on the risque gag, posting a similar video on his Instagram page before taking it down. How does this how does a trend like this start? Who's the first guy that goes, you know what? I'm gonna walk outside. I'm gonna go into my my backyard. I'm gonna shine my beehole at the sun, and then I'm going to lean forward, and then align one of my nuts to blot out the sun, and then I'm gonna take a picture of it or film it or whatever, and get it to air on national television. Like, how does it become a trend? Like, you'd think, like, okay, you'd see, like, oh, this news station it's not screening their user submitted videos. I could get away with something grotesque here. And then they do it, and then immediately, because all these media people, they all talk to each other. It's a very small group of people that are in, like, national media like this. So once that happens once, they're all going to tell everybody, hey, screen for this and other things like it before you air it on national television so this embarrassing shit doesn't happen again. But it keeps happening, so they're not talking to each other. They're just business as usual. Like, I just don't understand how it becomes a trend. Okay, but Monday's incident in Mexico appears to be the first time the image made its way onto national television. Oh, well, that just debunked my whole last rant. With many mocking the news outlet for failing to check the video before airing it. Okay. One ex-user with the handle Revolver claimed responsibility for submitting the clip to RCG as reveled in the successful prank. This is the official statement from the prankster. Greetings to all of my people from Saltillo, who had to watch my eggs on television because those from RCG Media neglected to review the video of the eclipse carefully. I love them. It remains unclear. I love them. It remains unclear if the footage submitted was of Revolver himself or if it was recycled from previous testicular eclipse posts. RCG Media did not immediately respond to the post's request for comment Tuesday. I mean, what are they going to say? Like, yeah, we did an embarrassing thing. It's not going to happen again. Okay, so I guess it's a trend to just do this and just, like, post it on, like, Facebook and shit like that. Is that the, or on Twitter? Is that the trend? And then, like, this guy is like, I wonder if I could get it onto national news. You know, that's what it sounds like what happened. That he did. So it looks like they have talked to each other about it, and it's probably not going to happen again. But Godspeed to you, Mexican man. I appreciate a lewd prank on news television. Okay, well, let's see. The video, it was showing the sun, and he dropped his balls onto view. Someone didn't screen all the videos because they were being done on the fly. No, delays. It was on the fly. I personally love how stupid it is. Yeah. The male host has made himself appear as far more of a professional and will likely have this help his career forward. Spanish eggs and balls are close. We call balls huevos. There's also a word for eggs. Yeah. The actual word is testiculos. Huevos rancheros. Oh, man. That's funny. That's just funny. I love a good prank. I really do. It reminds me of you remember the prank from back in the day where people would photobomb live on the scene news coverage, and they would get into frame and just scream, "Fuck her right in the pussy," and then they'd run off, you know, and everybody was all getting offended and all this kind of stuff. And it's just like, well, it's your super crass moralistic reaction that's making people want to just keep doing it more and more and more, you know. Kind of reminds me of that. But oh man, that was funny. The female anchor that gasped likely didn't help her career, but it won't be held against her. I don't think it should. Honestly, I don't think that anyone. I mean, they're not the ones responsible. They're not the ones controlling the video feed. They're not the ones screening. I mean, it even said that they were doing another thing while the videos were just kind of playing randomly alongside them. They had no control over this. So if one of the female anchors recognizes it as a testicle and they gasp on air, I don't think that should be held against her. You know, I think that's nothing should be held against her on that, especially testicles. Oh, there was a chick that did that, you know, like if you read the post. Yeah, that was the thing, like women would do it too. That was part of the funny thing about that meme. The one guy who's gotten on TV like 3 different times. She's gonna get fired. She just won't be getting a promotion because of her reaction. I'd have to see it, but I feel like if she just kind of gasped, I don't feel like that should be held against her in any way. I don't think that should even hold her back from any kind of promotion. I mean, she's already an anchor. You don't really get promoted beyond that anyway. But compared to the guy, I don't know. I'll have to watch it myself, but it's funny either way. And I hope that nobody's careers actually get. I mean, the only person's career who should get affected by this is the person compiling the fucking videos and airing them. That's who should actually be reprimanded for this, not the anchors. Found a link with the chick compared to the guy. I mean, 3 anchors on set. Do I want the testicles? Not really. I just want a video showing her. I'm fine with if there's a video of that moment where it shows up on screen and then the actors react after it. Ripped from YouTube? Yeah, I mean, there's a testicle. Of course it's going to get ripped from YouTube. You're probably going to have to go to, like, fucking, you know, World Star Hip Hop or some shit like that to find it. Or Live Leak, something like that. Anyway. Okay. It's been over 5 hours. I wanna get out of here, chat. I'm tired. And apparently Rosa wants to talk, so 3 ankles equals co-anchors. Best case, you can get promotion to lead anchor or solo. Again, I mean, fair enough. I'll have to see the reaction, but if a woman gasps because she sees a testicle as being aired live on television and it's her show, I think that's fair. I think that's completely fair and doesn't deserve any kind of professional reprimand. But anyway, that was a lot of fun. A lot of fun, chat. Obviously, I still haven't figured out how I'm gonna make modeling streams fun and interesting. I thought that I was gonna be able to do this in the background, but that obviously is not the case. And if I do just the model building, it's way too fucking boring. So I'll have to figure out something else, some other way to get the model building stuff on stream and have it be entertaining. I might have to do it as a collab. I don't know. I'll ponder on that. But anyway, I'm gonna get out of here. I had a lot of fun doing this, actually. And I want to do it again on a more regular basis. Collab with someone who's painting or building their own. Yeah, that's the idea. It's like find someone else who does like art or something like that, you know, and just kind of hobby together and just chat about stuff. I think that could be fun. But yeah, I'm gonna call it a night. Again, thanks so much for joining. I'm gonna cut these up and start a regular release schedule of these things. So it'd be like one reaction per video, and I'll just do schedule releases for them all. That way I'll have a regular stream of content besides live streaming. That should help. But anyway, hope you all have a good rest of your night or morning or day. I don't know where y'all are. Some of you might be in Japan. I don't know. Let me think. Next stream, Final Fantasy, Tuesday. Tuesday will be next stream. We're back to our regular schedule next week. I don't know. These reaction streams might become a part of the regular schedule. I kind of want to do these more often. I'd like to at least do them every couple weeks, honestly. But anyway, I'll catch you all the next one. Thanks for coming. Until next time, the Watch Is Yours chat. Take care.